So good morning, everyone. Still a few people coming in. If you can find, there should be a few seats, although it's lovely and full today, which is great. So my name's Simon Buckley. I look after Zero Emission Mobility, Innovate UK Business Connect. I'll be hosting today. And this is a picture of the charge yard at Nissan, which is one of the project's work. It's great. We've got wind turbines in the background as well, which is always nice. We're here to learn and talk and interact with the Zero Emission HGV Infrastructure Demonstrator Programme. It's been running for a number of years, some great outputs, and we're going to hear about that today. Little icebreaker to get everyone moving in the morning. So we've got 4 categories here, and I'm going to call you out individually, as it were, and I'd just like you to stand up and then wave at each other in a slightly stupid way. So if you are around trucks, so operators, fleets, manufacturers and dealers, could you please stand up and wave at each other? I want to see waving. Okay, you can sit down now. So now energy, so charging, grid power, hydrogen, if you can stand up and wave at each other. Thank you. I could make it more awkward. You could hug the person next to each other as well. So finally, 2 more. Tech, software, data, services, consultants, finance and media. That's great. And then our final one, public, so government, regulators, local authorities, academia, and then anyone else. Right. Now that awkwardness is gone, we'll get on to the real stuff. So I think it's been really interesting working with each of the projects as a collective in developing this agenda. And I think from a programme point of view, at Innovate UK, I've never really seen projects work so closely together, delivering what they're doing. So throughout the agenda that we're going to learn about today and listen to, they've worked, we've had, I think, 6 or 7 calls where people have gone through and said, actually, make sure we're not covering off the same bases. So you're getting something new in each session, and it's been delivered in a slightly different way. So we're running, actually, I think on the agenda it says till 5. You're welcome to stay much later to 6:30 to network and chat with all the projects afterwards as well. So hopefully it's an action-packed day with loads of networking breaks for you to talk about. I should also say, from a kind of from the facilities outside to the right, and then you have to go down a corridor that's newly painted. So it's got that fresh smell of paint, and the cloakroom is straight across as well, and there's no planned fire alarms or anything like that. We've got a number of colleagues in the room from Innovate UK and Innovate UK Business Connect today, so if you can all stand up, please, and wave. Thank you. And then to give us a bit more context and talk about the day in more detail, Dr. Alistair Barnes.
Thank you, Simon. Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for choosing to spend your day with us. I was at SMMT Electrified last week, which is always an interesting event. Lots of discussion there, but my observation was that all that discussion was around a transition which is no longer hypothetical. It's happening right now. The direction of travel is clear. But what struck me from that was that there was so much uncertainty around what remains and how exactly we get there, what that pathway looks like. And that's exactly why today's conference matters. It's to help us collectively work out those practical pathways. So just to introduce the Zero Emission HGV and Infrastructure Demonstrator Programme, ZEHID has set out to solve the UK's heavy-duty transport emissions challenge through real-world, operator-led demonstrators. The programme started back in 2023. We've funded these projects. They're coming to the end of this funded period, but the demonstrations will continue up until the end of the decade, up until 2031. We have an ambition to combine vehicles, infrastructure, operational data and commercial insight, and we're working with Ricardo to help us do that. The programme supports the end of sale commitment for new non-zero HGVs by 2035 and 2040, depending on the weight category. We have some aims as well to kickstart the rollout with infrastructure, to prove the technology in real operations, to inform UK decisions, and to drive industry investment. We're working with a wide range of partners to do that as part of 3 projects that we're currently funding. There are many organisations, as you can see here, across those projects that are directly involved, but there'll also be many more organisations that work with them. And we know that this industry, this sector is very broad. There's lots of large companies that work internationally, and then we have a range right down to sort of SMEs and family-owned businesses. We're really keen today to encourage collaboration and sharing of knowledge. We need to reach those that are involved. We need to reach those that are in the room, but not directly involved with the projects. And then we also need to work out how to reach those who are not in the room today. I'm just going to talk about the 3 projects for a minute. So Zen Freight is looking at data-driven solutions and depot electrification. It's working with a range of fleet operators across the UK, from the Shetland Islands to Devon. It's powered by Dynamon, who we'll hear from in the next session. And Dynamon are uniquely positioned to help fleets with this transition by leveraging data in a holistic and joined-up way. It includes battery electric and hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, which is important after the High Haul project, which was intended to demonstrate 30 fuel cell vehicles across the M4 corridor, was unable to secure sufficient customer buy-in to continue. It has a commercial approach, working with a range of experienced solution providers, and that's an approach that could be duplicated by many different operators and organisations who are also looking at this challenge. So I think it's an important project to learn from. The electric freightway project is led by GridServe, and it's looking at high-power charging at scale. It includes a model of total cost of ownership and a range of really insightful reports, with another one due to follow very soon. And I do thoroughly recommend that people take a look at those documents. They're packed with insights and useful information. It includes public sites at strategic locations. They've recently announced that this will be this will be 11 sites, with 2 of those already open. So this project will help us to understand how that public charging piece fits in with operational benefits that it can bring to operational flexibility. And it will also bring important learnings for national infrastructure planning. Through these reports, we have a lot to learn from the projects. For example, how high-power depot chargers can enable much higher vehicle usage compared to just lower power chargers, and how range anxiety is also felt by planners as well as drivers. Moving on to the eFreight 2030 project. This is a systems-led approach to mixed fleets and complex logistics. It's unique to include megawatt-capable chargers that are made in Britain. It has a wide variety of fleets, and it includes an associate membership scheme, enabling shorter-term access to vehicles as well. And it's also partnered with the Energy Systems Catapult, including a range of analysis and the various reports on screen and several others, looking at business models and grid connections and depot charging and public charging. So here on screen are some of the vehicles that we have on the road already. And I just want to talk about 5 big questions that I think are emerging from these projects so far. So the first of those is around the sites that were considered for ZEHID, but haven't been completed, haven't been built. And then we've got to recognise that there was only so much time available. But the question from this is how can the UK provide the power and at the speed of connection that is needed for the national rollout? My second question is where could regulation encourage this transition and increase commercial viability? The third, how can charging infrastructure scale in the right locations to match with where HGVs actually dwell, be this when loading or unloading, or for driver breaks? The fourth question, Many are surprised at the level of collaboration that we've seen so far within this programme, with competitors working with other competitors. But how can we scale this nationally and make it truly cost-effective? And then fifth, my personal takeaway is that people are at the heart of this. It's often said how cost-sensitive this industry is, and I'm not downplaying that. But if somebody's not even running the numbers because they don't believe that this transition is real, then how can we bring those people on board? And then what can we do that would tip the numbers towards cleaner HGVs sooner? So before I hand over, I just want to talk about what's next for the programme. We have several more reports coming over the next few weeks. Also with Ricardo, our partner, we're working on the analysis of data and reporting, and this is some of the early data on screen from a limited set of vehicles taken a couple of months ago. I'm also conscious, though, that data isn't everything. The taxpayer has invested in these projects, so it's really important to share the learning, and that's one of the things I want to encourage today. And I also want to remind everyone that anecdotes do count here, so let's share our successes, both from operator to operator or from infrastructure provider to other infrastructure providers. So if this programme ZEHID is generating the evidence, today's sessions are where we turn that evidence into practical pathways and how to scale and how to solve these challenges together. So with that, I'd like to hand over to Angus and the next session. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Angus Webb, the CEO of Dynamon. I'm going to be joined on stage by a panel, and we're going to talk through some of our sort of knowledge and experiences that we've gained from Zenfreight on how we can help you, everyone else, to understand how you should get started on your zero emission journey. So first of all, we'll do a quick round of introductions. So if you don't mind, Tom, if you go first, you're on the left of my screen.
Morning, everyone. Tom Williams. I'm the Deputy CEO at Maritime Transport.
And do you want to just give a quick introduction as to what electric vehicles you're operating infrastructure-wise and things like that?
Yeah, okay. So we're in Zenfreight. We will be operating 18 eHGVs. We've got 3 charge hubs all built. Unfortunately, 2 awaiting energisation, but that seems to be something we've learnt in this process. And that's part of a wider rollout of 56 eHGVs, and there's 11 ZEHID sites being energised for us.
Dan?
Hi guys, yes, my name's Dan Clay. I'm Director of Fleet and Procurement at the Gregory Group. We have deployed as part of Zenfreight 14 battery electric trucks. We've taken a mix of different OEMs, so we've got DAF, Mercedes, Volvo and MAN. We've electrified 7 sites, so 6 of those are already electrified. One of them is going to be electrified by the end of the month. And we've really kind of stretched the capabilities, so we're doing it on kind of general haulage activity, but we've also got 3 milk ex-farm collection vehicles as well. So trying to stress test the capabilities of electric trucks.
Cool, thanks. Stephen?
Yep, Stephen Madden, Head of Engineering for the Russell Group. That is not my picture. I can say that quite straight. Basically, we have got 3 MENs within the fleet operational. We have got our megawatt charger and 2 720s going live next week through Spen. And we're also the black sheep of the family because we've taken on 3 hydrogen vehicles. So, thank you.
Dan?
Yeah, hi everyone, I'm Dan Matthews. I'm Head of Consultancy at Dynamon. So yeah, been working with the fleets really closely and as part of the whole Zenfreight project to do some of the planning that we'll talk about today and kind of show how that planning then translates into real world and what these guys have to do.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you all. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk through a series of questions that we can help frame the problem and share some of our learnings. And the first question is, and first of all, before we go on, this is a picture of a Gregory truck operating in, is it Glencoe, in Scotland from recently. So we'll explain some context behind the various pictures we show, which I think is a pretty awesome picture. So because it's your truck, Dan, what are the driving forces behind sustainability for your business? Why do it?
Yeah, well, I think for me, there's a few key things. So number one is it's the right thing to do from an organisational perspective. So we've got a net zero ambition to be net zero by 2038, and we've got some interim targets to make a 40% reduction on our 2021 baseline by 2030. So we recognise it's the right thing to do for the environment. We've got customer pressure as well. So a lot of our customers have got their own net zero ambitions, and we feature as part of their Scope 3. So we work very closely with them to put sustainable solutions in place. So looking at the likes of electric, but also biogas, we operate HVO as well. And also, I think it's just the right thing to do from a regulatory perspective as well. So we're seeing lots of things come in around zero emission zones and things like that. So it's, a combination of factors, really.
Yeah. Stephen, do you want to add?
Yeah, similar. Obviously, customer driven. A lot of our customers now are looking for sustainability, net zero delivery. But one thing that you will all agree with is customers aren't happy to pay the price. When you say we're going to buy an electric vehicle, we're going to add it onto the cost. So it's really, really hard to justify. Zenfreight has aided Russell's in the fact that we can then go onto electrification with the help of not increasing the customer's tariffs. For us, obviously, similar to a lot of people sitting up here, we're 2040 for net zero, and that's throughout the group, warehousing and everything else. Okay.
I mean, not a huge amount to add, really, from what these guys have said. Something that we have found through starting this rollout is it's a pretty good method at attracting drivers and driver retention, and obviously that's a really big issue in our industry. Average age of an HGV driver is about 57 years old. So bringing in eHGVs, it's new technology, younger drivers are showing interest, as are some of the older ones actually. But we've got drivers that specifically want to drive eHGVs. And anecdotally, in our Wakefield site, which is a Zenfreight site, that depot never wanted Mercedes-Benz trucks. The drivers just did not want them. We now have 9 Mercedes-Benz operating from that site, and the drivers are kind of falling over themselves to get in to try them out, and those that are driving them are really enjoying the whole experience. So it's actually ended up being a nice retention and recruitment tool.
Just to add, Tom, how do you feel like is there a sort of a balance between commercial expectations to be sustainable versus regulations, quite distant regulations, but nonetheless regulations, and wanting to get ahead of the curve and be ready for when that kicks in?
So me personally, yes, I would like us to be ahead of the curve. It's a very traditional industry. There are some cynics and some naysayers, and they keep, what I keep hearing is, it's 2040 today, but that's likely to go back. But I think it's a really good thing to do. We're a private business. We employ around 4,000 people, so it is the right thing to do, as the gents have said. Customers are pushing us. It is at the start of this journey. So what's key now is getting the data, and this is obviously a data-driven project. We're not going to convert the full fleet immediately. We need to experience it, trial it, share that journey with our customers, bring them on that journey so that actually we can kind of decarbonise together. And I think that's really, really important. And I always preach pragmatism on this. So yeah, I think we want to get ahead of the regulation. We want to have the head start, and customers are pushing us to try and achieve that earlier.
Okay. Dan, do you want to add anything from a sort of, obviously one of the reasons what's good about having Dan here is that we do decarbonisation consultancy for fleets all over Europe. So any shared experiences from other projects we've done?
Yeah, similar to what these guys have said, really. I think it's customer pressure that, some fleets are facing pressure from customers to decarbonise. And then obviously what we talked about with kind of the phase out and the ban of the sale of internal combustion engine vehicles. So fleets want to get ahead of the curve, and they want to kind of see what that looks like. And that's why I think planning is really so important, so they can see what that might look like, not just tonight and kind of overnight, but what that looks like going into the future as well.
Okay, all right. Fantastic. Right, we'll move on. Keeping in tradition, Tom, do you want to explain the background picture?
Yeah, so this is our Wakefield depot. This is our first site that was electrified. It was built by VEV, and for us it's a fantastic site. We've got 6 chargers on site, mixture of 400 and 200 kilowatt Alpatronic chargers. There's 9 vehicles operating out of the site currently. Yeah, it's a really fantastic site actually.
Yeah, I think it looks fantastic. Dan, This is not going to happen. This is not a cliff edge. This is a journey, and obviously, it's going to take some time. Are you going to continue to be buying diesel trucks as well as other zero emission vehicles? How do you see this playing out for you into the future?
Yeah, so I think electric we see as the future. So we very much see that. Like Stephen said, outside of the government subsidies at the moment, it is challenging from a cost perspective. There's payload implications that we've got with customers as well, which makes it a real challenge. So I think short of any further government subsidies, it's not something we're going to be buying abundance of electric trucks in the short term, and the payload implications, as I mentioned. So we see electric the long-term solution. Where we can, we will electrify further vehicles. I think in the short term, we're looking at other transitional fuels as well. So we're the likes of HVO, albeit the price has rocketed recently. We're looking at biogas options as well, where it works and where the infrastructure works. But yeah, where possible, we will look to electrify further fleet moving forward.
Okay, fantastic. Stephen?
Yeah, we've just ordered another 7 vehicles to go along with or 3 that we have at present. The vehicles that we're ordering, it's a major issue for us because obviously you can, with your vehicle, go up to 42 tonne in a 4x2 configuration. When you go to 6x2, which is being released, and you're looking at 12.6 tonnes for the vehicle, it's not justifiable. We just cannot justify putting a 6x2 operating at 44 tonne. We're losing too much money, too much payload. So we're limiting the customer base that we can use these vehicles with. I think we have to look at increasing the 44 limit to 46 if you're operating electric. It would help enormously. I know the excuse of it's the Romans' fault because they never built the roads properly. I think I'm as old as the Romans, so I don't really know. I think we really need to look at the infrastructure and say, right, okay, the roads needs to be improved. You've increased it to 42 from 40. Why can't you go to 46 from 44? That would help us enormously.
But do you see yourself continuing to buy small amounts more electric vehicles in the future, gradually building up, or are you kind of in now, you've bought some, you're going to operate them for a while and then think about what to do next? How do you see that kind of transition journey over the next few years?
I think, like these gentlemen here, went out to China last year, tail end of last year. And China, the infrastructure, the build, the cost is hugely better than the UK. I'm not saying the build quality is as good because it's not, but the enthusiasm to drive the economy onto electric is huge. That enthusiasm from the government in China, if we could get that in the UK, that would be a tremendous help. What we would like to do is, our plan for this year, obviously, as I've said, is another 7 vehicles with 3 hydrogen. Next year we plan to put another 10 vehicles in. It's a slow process, but if the government pull the plug on funding, we're a family-owned company. I can see us pulling the plug on investment on electric, or certainly scaling it back unless the funding continues.
Tom?
I think the key word here is a journey, right? No one's expecting us, as I said earlier, to go from 1,400 diesel trucks to 1,400 electric trucks. You've got to find the right use cases. You've got to speak to the right customers. And it's my belief that there's already today operations that suit eHGV. So we're a big railroad operator. And what are your issues? Range and payload. So with my view, we're a container transport specialist. This is a consumer nation. We import pretty much everything. Our rough calcs suggest 70% of our import containers will be within scope of eHGV sort of payloads. So that's fine. And then you come to range. Well, trains are priced into the supply chain. They're accepted. So why don't the trains do the long haul and the trucks do the first and final mile? So across our network, we are focusing on building infrastructure and rail terminals. As we do that, as customers experience it and see that actually the operation works, we are hoping that they will push us to say, okay, it works, we like the carbon reduction, there's no impact on the operation, when can we do more? How can we have a plan to grow and slowly drip feed more vehicles in? And the other part for us is, on this journey, is infrastructure. For me, it's the key part of this transition. So we have put a lot of effort and thankfully taken a lot of government support on building that infrastructure. But as we're talking to our customers and we prove the use cases, when they say, brilliant, let's take 15 trucks on this dedicated lane or whatever it may be. We've got the infrastructure ready to go. And so, yeah, for me, again, pragmatism, it is a journey. We're not expecting to do it on day one, but there's many cases, in my view, that we can start to roll out further.
Yeah, okay, fantastic. All right, we'll move on to the next slide. Unfortunately, Daniel Allen isn't here to introduce the picture, but this is one of the DFDS trucks operating on the Shetland Islands, and this is one of the, I would say, one of the coolest deployments that we've had in Zenfreight. Yeah, I mean, operating in pretty extreme climates, doing a fairly, I would say, planned journey from one location to the next on the north and the south of the island, and they've been able to sort of really dial in the operation because it's very repeatable. But I think, yeah, definitely one of the more unique deployments in Zenfreight, which we're very proud of. Okay, so this is one of the slides I want to sort of jump into a bit more detail. What we're all about here, what this presentation is all about, is helping you understand how you plan your decarbonisation, what the process is. So obviously, what we've just heard is the fleets aren't changing every truck for electric overnight. There's going to be a process. There's going to be a smallish number of vehicles going in to an operation. How do you decide, as an operator, where you put those vehicles, where you put your infrastructure, you know, how you sort of plan your decarbonisation? Stephen, you got the mic?
In discussion with the customers that we have, so we have got a number of customers that are very, very keen to go down the carbon route. So we will focus on those customers and work on them. And what you tend to find that when someone starts jumping the boat and coming over to electric, a lot of people follow. So we've got a number of customers that are saying, okay, you're working on that contract, we want to transfer to here. So we are specific in the delivery side. So can the vehicle make it back to base? You're seeing on the slides earlier that we operate the MEN. The MEN's looking at a 450 kilometre range on the batteries. So we don't really have a range anxiety for that vehicle. So it's just making sure that we're in the right place for the right customer. As alluded to, similar to Maritime, we have got a huge rail network. We've been operating the rail network for 57 years now, and we have got multiple sites throughout the country where we can put additional infrastructure in to help, such as we're looking at Inverness just now, we're looking at Daventry. So there's a number of places where we can put it in and it'll lead our customers, but we are targeting certain customers and certain infrastructure.
Dan?
I think but very similar. So it's looking at the applications. So looking at the customers, looking at the payload, looking at the range, looking at the available capacity within certain locations. So we did it initially based on a back-to-base operation. We're now starting to stress test the capability. So we are utilising third-party stations. So we're doing a route from Bathgate for Amazon up to Inverness and back. Can't quite get there and back, so we're utilising Stagecoach's depot in Inverness to go and do a top-up charge. But I think, yeah, it's looking at those kind of key attributes early on and deploying vehicles where it works.
Tom, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, again, echoing everything these chaps have said. The only other thing I would add is when this was just kind of a twinkle in the eye, we got Hitachi Zero Carbon, I see Colin over there, and they did a kind of a big deep dive on our whole business just to introduce us to the idea of it and what was capable. Some of the numbers were pretty eye-watering, but it gave us that idea of actually, whilst the full decarbonisation would be very, very difficult, there are some use cases that work, and then it's, as these chaps said, find the right customers, approach them, show them the data, and then start deploying.
Yeah, I mean, it's something we find as well when we do analysis for our customers is that you can often find pockets in a fleet where you can really successfully deploy electric vehicles where the range is correct, there's grid capacity at the depot, the vehicles are doing sufficient mileage that the return on the investment is really positive, and that's a sort of a unique state that you can get into early on. But obviously, as you scale beyond that, you're going to have to start charging your trucks maybe outside of sort of off-peak hours and things like that. And you need to think sort of a bit more longer term as well, and not just sort of, I've got 10 trucks, where can I put them? That's definitely something you should be leaning into getting right today. But obviously, as you go beyond that, having that plan is really important. Dan, do you want to add anything around that?
Yeah, I think, echoing what these guys said, really, it's understanding where to start and going back to that previous slide, what that journey looks like. Where can I put my trucks that I've got now? What are those kind of Goldilocks sites where there is power, where there can be infrastructure, and where I know the trucks can kind of return to base? But then, obviously, the sentiment of our project really is to stress test these vehicles and to see what are the limits that we can push them to. So, yeah, as Dan mentioned, taking them to a third-party site and charging them and really pushing the range of those vehicles. And I think that's where obviously you get the better decarbonisation credits, really, pushing the vehicles further. But yeah, it's kind of understanding what that journey is and kind of how you get from having no electric vehicles to having some, and then to obviously planning that out long term then as well.
I think the key, how do you plan decarbonisation? The answer is kind of partner and collaborate with people who know what they're talking about. So how a full analysis of our whole fleet, energy, didn't have a clue. So we went to an expert like a Hitachi that know what they're doing. We trusted, we had interacted with them before, we trusted what they said. And I think that's massive. And then how do you build high voltage, high powered charging infrastructure? We're very good at kind of building rail terminals or transport depots, but not that. So we partnered with different partners. And I think that's a key part of planning this. If there's a takeaway, it's work with people who know what they're talking about, add your kind of practical experience to their experience, and you probably won't go far wrong.
Sure. Cool. Thank you. All right. So this slide we're going to talk a little bit about. So you want to plan your decarbonisation. Obviously, a big part of that is data analysis. So that's the sort of the unique part that we brought to Zenfreight, was that we were bringing data scientists, data engineers into the program, and we analysed an absolute ton of telematics and TMS data, and helping fleets understand their duty cycles, their journeys, where the vehicles dwell, how long they dwell for, and bringing that into sort of predicting energy demand and charging demand. Tom, do you want to make a comment? I know that you're one of our heavy users of data analysis.
My colleague over there uses it every day. It is really important. So when we're talking to our customers, it's quite easy just to say, oh yeah, you're 60 miles away and your payload's this, but actually trying to run it through a synthetic, or doing the synthetics, working it through with all the algorithms and the touch points that you've built into, say, Route Zero. It gives us a good idea of saying to our customer, right, this is doable. We think we can complete this journey, or we think we can stretch it from X to Y, and then we put it in practice. It also helps with our drivers. If we say, look, we've run it through, we think this will work, you'll be back at X%. That gives them some reassurance. And I think also when you're doing those journeys and you are stress testing, there was one route that we did and the driver was probably going to get back on about 7% charge. And we said, well, that's too much of a risk. Spoke to, it was Volt Tempo, actually, another shout out to another partner. Volt Tempo said, we may need to come in and do a charge. They made it happen and the driver was fine. So if we hadn't have done that, we could have seen an example of a driver being stranded out, an eHGV broken down on the side of the road with no battery. It wouldn't have been a good look. So I think, data and analysis in the operation is really important.
Dan, how do you see the difference between looking at your whole operation sort of macro, like all your journeys in a big fat analysis, versus I want to do this one route? How does your organization split the thinking between one route, one vehicle versus thousands of routes?
As in,
like, do you plan individual routes, or do you have planners planning hundreds of routes? We're going to put the trucks on these 5, and
well, like I said, at the moment, we've mainly based it on back-to-base operations, so it's specific routes that we're doing. Yeah. But as and when we stretch the capability even further, then absolutely we'll be looking at it broader. So. Yeah. Okay.
Right. Moving on. Tom, do you want to give a quick sort of overview? This is our Route Zero software. I know that it's not you that uses it; it's your colleague Chris. But so, how important is individual route modelling to you guys? Yeah,
it's really important. It gives you that reassurance before you do something. So, our experience with Route Zero is great. We can add in the different parts, elements of the journey: the type of truck, the type of trailer, payload, drops. You can do multi-drops, you can do single drops. So there's all these different parameters you can add in. You guys have put a load of clever stuff behind the scenes that we don't touch, but it gives us a really good idea of what is achievable from the fleet that we've got. Obviously, the different vehicles are capable of doing different things, and so again, running it through this software has been great. And when we go to a customer or a customer approaches us saying, you know, is my supply chain achievable? What can we do? We can actually use this software pretty quickly to give them, you know, a good first glance of what is achievable, what is not. And we've been using it in deployments, in trials, and in tenders as well. So found it really useful.
Yeah, I mean, the reason we made this product is because we often found that we were doing two types of analysis. We were looking at the entire fleet operation and trying to understand how many routes can I electrify, you know, where am I going to put my trucks, where am I going to put my chargers? And then often customers just want to talk about a specific route from A to B, or from, you know, A to B to C, back to A again. And we found that, you know, they wanted something quick and easy in their hands. And then often as well, fleets with their customers want to be able to sort of analyze and check on different solutions. And so we created Route Zero to solve that problem, which doesn't require a sort of consultant or a really complicated piece of software to do it. So this is one of the kind of, I would say, the real successes that we've brought, that we've achieved because we've learned from the feedback from the fleet. We came into it thinking big data scientists, and we realized actually we're overcomplicating it. We need something simpler. So that's the reason we built Route Zero. And we're glad to see that fleets are using it on a sort of almost a daily basis now. Okay, our final slide in our presentation. We've kind of touched on this already, but first of all, Stephen, it's your picture. So what are we looking at?
A mess. What are the barriers?
No, the picture behind the text.
Which one?
It's your megawatt charger.
No, that's just a station for it.
All right, okay.
Megawatt charger's over to the right-hand side. I look at it. That was taken last week. You've put probably the worst picture possible on.
I quite like the picture.
Never mind. Have you got another one? No?
Well, not on the presentation, no.
No, that's pretty.
Okay, so the reason I chose this picture is because, first of all, I think what's quite unique about Russell's in Zenfreight is you've got an actual megawatt charger going in, which is, you know, I think an amazing thing that you've chosen to do. We hopefully will be demonstrating MCS charging. When do we think we'll be able to have an MCS charging session?
Well, I know there's a rep here from MEN. We've got a vehicle coming over this week to do the compatibility test for next week for the megawatt charger. The 3 vehicles we have are being replaced in July this year with megawatt charging, and the 7 we've ordered are coming in with megawatt charging. To give you an idea, it's around 20 minutes to charge the vehicle from 20%, so it's significant. Really, really significant. Cost-wise, I think the barriers that we're foreseeing with this is CCS is great. Our MEN vehicles are taking around 35, 40 minutes for a charge, which is fine. MCS, we all know downtime. We have to get them in, get them out and go. We try and double shift the vehicles when we're ready. But the megawatt charger, we felt, let's take a gamble, let's go for it. What we are finding, there's a number of companies that are now approaching us, they know it's there, and saying, if we get a vehicle with a megawatt charger, can we use your facility? So, yeah, it's very, very exciting times ahead for us. The reason it's not live this week is because of Ramadan. So everyone's away back to Turkey. Provided they don't get bombed in Turkey, they'll be back over next week to get it, but I don't really know. So but that's where we are anyway.
And so the charging equipment provider is a company called Vestel as well. So that was something that when we started off in Zenfreight, we didn't expect to be working with, and so it's been a really quick turnaround from quite a late deployment to working with Vestel to get this thing installed. So I think
there was barriers to Russell's joining. Probably these two sitting next to us were the main barriers, but never mind. So we were accepted. There was a lot of, you won't do it, but we have done it because Russell's get things done. So, but, you know, we are a company that we want to progress. We want to do things. I'm going to say something to you. Is there any health and safety people in this room? No? I hate health and safety. I absolutely hate health and safety. I'm going to disappear in a second. Anyway, we had the chargers and everything was set up. So 3 days before civil works were due to begin, our group health and safety manager, lovely man, bit of a twat, but anyway, he came to the site, and we're doing our final walk around. And I remember everything's lined up, cages, barriers, everything, all set, all going. And he says, I've been thinking. I went, okay. He says, have you done a badger and bat survey? I said, fuck off. And I was like, a what? And he said, a badger and bat survey. I went, no. So anyway, we walks down, he said, you need to do a badger and bat survey. So we had the cleaner group guys all there walking down. So I said to health and safety guy, okay, we'll do a badger and bat survey. Will we check the monkey sanctuary out when we're there? He's not spoken to me since with that one. So we do the badger and bat survey. It comes back all clear. 2 weeks later, we're about to start the works, and we're digging in the main trenches into the forest to do it. He comes, he said, Stephen, we've got problems. I thought, oh, that's good. He said, we've got newts. I went, newts? What do you mean newts? And he said, spotted newts. I was, right, okay. So what do I do now? And he said, well, you need to do a survey. We need to sample the water and see there's newts. That's all right, okay. It cost us £950 to do a survey on newts. We found a couple of worn flip-flops and a burst beach ball, but we never found any friggin' newts. Health and safety are the bane of my life, honestly. Going forward, we're looking at Inverness. He's come back at Inverness, and guess what? I need another badger and bat survey. Really, barriers, health and safety, that's my biggest barrier.
Amazing. Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, I think that deserves a round of applause. So I wanted this final slide to talk about what have we learned in Zenfreight, apart from health and safety, to scaling eHGVs. Obviously, we've deployed a small number relative to our fleets. What is still in our way to get, basically, to go the full hog, to go all EV in the future?
I mean, I don't know how to follow that. I think there is a reality to what Stephen said there, right? Planning permissions, there's all these unknowns when you're doing these buildings. So whether it's badgers, bats, newts, whatever, there are a lot of issues. And we've found Tilbury, so our Tilbury site, part of Zenfreight, that's been built since April last year, still not energised, because we can't get the right permissions, we can't get the right contract terms from DNOs. And it's ludicrous, and that's a massive barrier. So if you're trying to build a big network of infrastructure, there's a load of things that you just may never have thought of that need to be overcome. We've got one DNO that wants the ability to dig through anywhere on our site at any point to connect any other user into our substation. Clearly, we can't accept that. So we're now having to go through all of that. So lots of barriers there. I think, Stephen, you touched on it as well. The cost is huge, and thankfully we've got some support from DFT, the government, managed by Innovate UK, which is really, really great. But we need more support, and the OEMs, and they're building fantastic vehicles, but they're very expensive. More than double what we're paying now for a diesel truck, and in the cold light of day, they can't do what a diesel truck can do. Now, I'm not saying they need to completely replicate it. I think it's a great opportunity to redo what we do and kind of rebalance things. But if we're here today and speaking very honestly, there's a massive cost pressure on what we're doing, and that's one of the biggest barriers that we're finding.
Dan, do you have anything to add?
Just to reiterate what the guys have said, really. So cost the TCO at the moment, the cap cost and the operating cost of electric trucks is significantly higher.
What about payload as well?
Subsidies, payload as well. So we've got a lot of customers. So we'll run out with cans, fairly light loads. We'll be coming back full weight. The customers don't want to take a payload hit. They don't want to carry last pallets because it means putting more trucks on the road. So that's a major issue for us. And I think, again, just to reiterate, power as well. So not only the availability of power. So we had our Southampton site that we tried to do a grid upgrade for. We couldn't get the power for the site. So that's been a major challenge. So we've had to cap that at 60 kilowatts for a full overnight charge, but that's not scalable. And also the delays as well. So we've had certain sites that we mobilised back in May last year. And one of the sites has only gone live late last week due to delays in the legal process, as Tom's alluded to. So that is also a challenge as well. So my message would be make sure you get on the front foot with regards to power upgrades, grid upgrades, and the legal process.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much, guys. We've got a video to close, a short video, and then we're happy to take some questions if there's time. Thank you. Are we taking questions? 5 minutes, okay. Yeah, Andy?
Hang on, Andy. Andy, hang on.
Brilliant panel discussion. Thank for the operators for your candid view of what the barriers are. I thought it was really refreshing to hear. Question for Stephen. We've mentioned hydrogen. Thought I'd be the first person to raise it from the audience. Can you give us a little bit more detail around that? We've been very focused on the electric transition in this panel discussion. You say you've got three, I think you mentioned, hydrogen vehicles. It feels like the infrastructure rollout on hydrogen, if you thought electric was difficult, you ain't seen nothing yet when it comes to hydrogen. Can you give us some, I don't know, whether it's reassurance or comfort or some thoughts around what that hydrogen rollout looks like?
In a minute. In 30 seconds or a minute, please, Stephen.
We have to look at alternatives. Electric is not the sole answer for the transport industry in the UK. So we need to look at something else. And I think, as you alluded to earlier, you have to look at alternative fuels. Hydrogen is readily available. The issue with hydrogen is cost. So we were looking at procuring hydrogen in this country, £22 a kilogram. I'm going to Belgium, collecting hydrogen in Belgium, bringing it back for £13 a kilogram. So mileage-wise, a hydrogen vehicle, 860 kilometres. So how long? Companies or the OEMs are reluctant to go down the hydrogen. Scania have taken the leap. You did have a company out in Germany that we're looking at. You also had a company in Holland that went into liquidation with their eyes on. We believe we've got to sample everything that's available. The trucks themselves, Scania have been excellent. They've been very, very helpful. The only issue with them, they're 3 left-hand drive trucks. Is someone else stepping up to the mark? There is thing in cars. But the trucks, we need to sample the hydrogen side of things as well. because there's an endless supply of the gas.
To Mike. Sorry, I'm giving you the hard locations, Alistair.
Hello, Sapat from HIVED. Question for Stephen, sorry. We also run a fully electric fleet. We've got 13 trucks. And similar to you, we've got an MCS installation going in. So I've got mainly two questions. One, did you have the power on site? Did you have to commit to a heavy, expensive upgrade, and how long did it take? And do you see MCS forming like a core part of your charging infrastructure going forward?
We were very fortunate. Our site, we had a forest at the end of our site where there was infrastructure. It was an old mining site. So we did not know. Initially, we thought we had to channel it in from outside, and we were quoted somewhere in the region of 800 to 900,000 pounds coming from the substation. But we luckily found a connection within a forest area. Megawatt charging itself, yeah, it's a way forward. Everyone's talking about downtime, the vehicle, etc. We believe MCS is a way forward for us.
Thank you.
Should we go over to this side of the room?
Thanks. Rebecca Advani at Connected Places Catapult. I was interested in the cost discussions and the interest in continued subsidies. I know there's also been discussion of residual value guarantees, and I wondered if that's something that you've thought about, if that would actually enable you to buy more electric trucks, or if it needs to be a kind of grant or upfront subsidy. Yeah, to anyone.
I think there's a number of mechanisms that could be deployed to make the transition a bit easier. Residual value guarantees is one. I'm not sure, if I'm honest. What we've experienced in ZEHID, plug-in truck grant depot charging scheme, it kind of works. We get flexibility to kind of work out how we deploy them or what we take. I think in the early stages, that's what we've got to do. One of the big benefits of Zenfreight was it was an operator-led program. So we were in receipt of the funding, and we were able to make the decisions that worked for us. So I like that approach, if I'm honest. I don't know if anyone else has got a view.
Over the back there.
Yeah, hi Angus, Stephen. I'm Mark Oxtoby from Amphos. We're fortunately trusted by Stephen and the team to deliver the Gartshire project. Look, having delivered over 160 of these sites now, the biggest issue that we always find is access to power. Getting the power over the line, the legals over the line. So my question is, as a consortium, as a group, as a sector, I don't really think we've learned much from the bus space, but coming into the truck space, like what can we do to put a bit more pressure on the DNOs, IDNOs to help speed this process up? Because for me, legals and getting a connection energized is the thing that's going to slow this down.
I don't have an answer to that question.
I agree with you. I think one of the issues that we have is, so speaking as Maritime, who do we talk to change that? We're a small, well, decent-sized logistics company. We've got multiple DNOs, IDNOs, regulatory bodies. Who do we go to? So that's the benefit of something like ZEHID here. We're being pulled together. We've got involvement from Innovate UK, DFT. There's a number of stakeholders involved, and hopefully they'll hear our voice. But we're looking for so we've got the RHA Logistics UK. I think they need to really help us in this space, because we're focusing on what we need to do. We've got to build as much infrastructure as we can get. We've got razor-thin margins, and we can't just simply keep paying for £1 million grid connections. But we've got to focus on that. We've got to focus on our core business, not trying to lobby government to reform and deregulate what they're doing. Someone needs to pick up the mantle on our behalf, I think. So for us, it's the trade bodies, it's the experts in the room. They can see what we're doing. We're publishing, Hitachi have published a load of reports already. Energy Systems Catapult as well, specifically on this topic. We need help, I think, is the short answer.
Okay. All right, we're done. Thank you very much. Wrapping up. Thank you. And we have a networking break now for half an hour.
Some good networking discussions. A few people just taking their seats, and we'll just start in approximately 2 seconds. So, next sessions, we've got some really great content, and we're going to first hear from Electric Freightway and what they've been doing, and with some of the operators as well on the programme, and what they've been achieving. Dan normally gets a chance to do that.
Working? There it is now. I'll do it again. Good morning, everybody. And I hope you've now suitably refreshed, ready for the next session. So, yeah, I can see people trickling in, but we're going to crack on anyway, because I know we're slightly behind on schedule. But so, yeah, good morning. My name is Sam Clark. I'm the head of eHGV at GridServe. I've been at the business for some time. And I've been running the eHGV project for the duration. For me, that's 3 years as opposed to the 2 years that we're into so far. For those that don't know GridServe, we're one of the biggest charge point operators in the UK. We've got over 200 locations. We've got 4 forecourts, 1,500 chargers. We're the busiest network in the country. And we've gone from charging nobody anywhere to the busiest in the last 5 or 6 years. And now our endeavours have focused, as well as the passenger side, into the world of eHGV. So, as was been mentioned by the other colleagues, it's very much a collaborative summit, this one. It's thematic based, and we're trying to address lots of different things, not necessarily from a specific project point of view, from some of the areas and the challenges and the successes that we need to tackle. So our session will largely follow the similar form to Angus and Dynamon's of before. I am ably assisted here with my gentleman on my left, who I'll let them introduce themselves in a second, but we've got Ian Patterson from Nissan, Chris Attard from GridServe, and Dave Rose from VoltLoader. And we're going to address some of the areas that are most pertinent to the Electric Freightway project, which is public and depot infrastructure, depot sharing, haulier experience through Dave, grid design, and hopefully a Q&A. So we want to prompt as many questions from the audience as possible. So as we go through our discussion, please do think about the questions that you'd like to ask, and we'd be delighted to answer them. So that's me done for the opening remarks. And I'm going to have a few pre-scripted questions that the gents already know about. So the slides behind it is purely just as a reference point as we go through some of the questions, much like Angus did on the previous session. And the first one is to my gentleman on the left, Chris. Chris, please do a better introduction to yourself than I did. And then the question I have for you is, what have we learned designing and building these public sites? Over to you.
Hi, so Chris Attard at GridServe. So my job's to deliver the promises that Sam set out 3 years ago in terms of getting this. So from a public site perspective, we've got 11 sites due to roll out on the Electric Freightway this year. So I think from a public site selection, we kind of knew that we needed to electrify depots, make sure the vehicles work, and get the public sites in. And I think we naively thought the public site section would be slightly easier than it was. So on the left, we've got 109. 109 is the initial long list location of sites we had. So at GridServe, we've got a large origination function. We understand freight movements. We understand anticipated demand. And these are target sites where we wanted to potentially look at rolling hubs. Then when we started scratching beneath the surface, we kind of got on to the next challenge, and that very quickly went down to 27 as a target site. And this is land and space. So land is one component. We need to have a potential landlord or landowner that wants to work with us, that want to buy into us potentially using a part of their site for an elongated period of time for truck charging, so that we can get the infrastructure in, run it, and promote the site. And then from a Tetris perspective, like having the space. And you're probably all aware, moto service stations are pretty constrained already. There's a lot of requirement for rest stops and so on. So getting sites where we had land and space needed quite a lot of thought. We then get to the point that I think we've talked about quite a lot today, grid. This figure 19 is really important because this is real money going out of the business to look at identifying whether we can get grid connectivity into sites that we want to secure. So we're working with DNOs. I think at GridServe, we work pretty closely with all the DNOs. We've got a lot of sites already, and we found it hard as well. So I think it's fair to say there is a lot of learnings here in terms of getting grid connectivity in. And then finally, hubs. I think we're now at the point where 2 of our sites have gone live. So we've got 2 real-world hubs out there, which Sam will touch on in a minute, or touch on behind us. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at the moment.
Thanks, Chris. And what is your reflections on the complexities around the public sites versus the depots?
I think for us, it's getting the buy-in to get our standard design, because that enables us to keep the cost down, keeps the interoperability there, and enables us to give a similar experience at any one of the GridServe electric freightway sites. But at the same time, we need to work with the landowners, and landowners have different set of priorities. So getting that in place and getting that agreement collaboratively is really important. So yeah, having the Baldock site and the Exeter site, which are 2 here, our friends in the electric freightway side have deployed the Tilby depot alongside Fleety. So that's another 14 bays that went live beginning of last month. And then finally, we've got the charge yard, which is a bit different from the other 3, in that this is a closed hub with 3 different operators. Yeah.
And that's a great segue into the next bit. Ian, get ready. You're up. Ian's endeavours up in Sunderland have been quite colossal. I think the Nissan project that we've undertaken up there could have been a project in its own right, such as its scale. Ian's from Sunderland, so if anyone needs a translator, then just let me know.
Yeah, but he's a Newcastle fan, so can we just get that out there first, please?
But yeah, Ian, what you've been able to do up there with multiple hauliers operating from your site, from a factory, and the type of use cases that you've been implement have been one of the standout moments of the ZEHID trials, I think. Perhaps it's not lost on anybody that the image that we see at the beginning of all of the events is the one from your location. But would you just like to introduce yourself and just talk a little bit about what you did up there?
Yeah, morning everybody. Ian Patterson, ZEHID project lead up at Nissan Sunderland. It was an honour to do the execution phase of this project and deliver it alongside GridServe. It's been a huge project. There's been over 80 stakeholders at Sunderland involved. From our end, obviously a massive amount of stakeholders involved from GridServe, and I'm just spoke to Shane there before we get up and from Enable on delivering what has been a huge step change for us, very much like for like, and very, very much something we had to, we use the term demonstration a lot and learns, but such as our pace and build, we had to replicate what we did before and do it on electric vehicles. And I'm glad to be sitting here to say we've done it.
Thank you. And if I flick onto the last image of your 3, I think you've been involved with Ferguson's Transport, Usen, and BCA on site. Do you want to just speak a little bit about those use cases? And we've heard a few already this morning. But one of the key things I think from the summit that we all agreed is we wanted to make sure that it wasn't just leaders of the projects like us talking about it, but it was doers like you that were actually implementing this sort of stuff. So could you just speak a little bit about your journey with these hauliers and the successes?
Yeah, I think the first thing I would say, Sam, is these are long-standing relationships we've had with the trusted hauliers, particularly Ferguson's. I've came down with Hamish, who rightly reminds us that Ferguson's have been part of this since 1984, since the start. BCA and using the same long-standing contracts, a lot of trust in them, and we rely a lot on their expertise. All operate massive different charge strategies involved. Obviously, we've got Ferguson's who complete our local stuff from picking up parts from within our community. We've got BCA who deliver the finished vehicles down to Port of Tyne. And then we've got Houston who obviously do our legwork, our trunking, with 2 cross-dock locations benefiting from charges as part of the ZEHID programme. And they provide the backbone for our UK logistics flows. So 3 very different strategies, and we operate them differently, but all fully committed.
And working.
And working fantastically, thank you.
Yeah, which is great to hear. I didn't prompt him to say that. He told me how well it was working this morning. I thought, make sure you say that later. Okay, thank you, Ian. Let's move on now to Mr. Rose. Ian, Dave, sorry, Ian. I'm getting your names mixed up already. Moving on to somebody else I really wanted on the stage with us today, because Voltloader is really a flagship, I think, for our industry, and having a purely, fully electric fleet from day one. Something that I've done in my previous history too, so it is close to my heart. But what you're doing, Dave, must be pretty challenging. What has been your experience of the depot and public charging thus far, from the voice of someone who's doing it every day?
Thanks, Sam. Yeah, pretty challenging. So I guess we're the newbie on the block, so we're 3 years old as a business. We were set up to help accelerate the rollout of eHGVs onto UK roads. And we did that by, first and foremost, we operate our own all-electric fleet. So albeit, I think, in the scale of a haulier overall, we are relatively small in terms of electric trucks. I think, we're one of the largest fleets in the UK now. And we push the vehicles out every day. They are working hard. They are our only source of, and I'll come on to the charges in a minute, but they are our main source of revenue in the business. So it's an important thing that we get those out, and they are working every day. We predominantly focus on regional work because the use case works for that, and we have sort of set our sights initially on the food and agri supply chain, mainly because we have a background, some of the founding members have a background in that sector, and the use case works really well in that, but we're not limited to just food and agri, but that's where we've targeted and focused our time. In terms of where we charge our vehicles, I guess that's the other key component to this, because you've got to have the trucks and the chargers working sort of harmoniously together. We actually install our own chargers predominantly at customer sites, and we do that by effectively having longer term agreements with our customers, and that allows us to have confidence and to invest in the charging capability on a longer term basis. And then we work with our customers on defining routes and pushing the vehicles. We also encourage our customers to open those charges up to third parties where that's possible. I think it's good for the industry. I think it also generates or can generate additional revenue streams for our customers and make the whole thing pay back for everybody more quickly. And so I've talked a little bit about depot, but in terms of on the road, of course, you can't. A lot of our operation are sort of back to base, but you can't have this working without having the capability to charge when you're out there on the road. So we're now, working with the likes of GridServe, Milence, and other shared depot operators to push the trucks even harder, get them charged up on the road. And there's a bigger network than you think out there on the road. We really can push the trucks. I was noticing this morning, actually, I think I saw one of our trucks down in, which was one of the ones down in Plymouth after charging at Exeter last week. So,
checks in the post.
We really are pushing them. So, and really good to see the government supporting, particularly with the depot charging scheme. We'd obviously like to see as many of the government project depots opened up as possible to build the network.
Brilliant, thank you, Dave. And you also charged a Bulldog yesterday, I believe, or was that today?
We did, yeah.
You did, yeah.
We were at Bulldog yesterday.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So yeah, just wanted to point out the times of the
This
public.
morning, in fact.
This morning even.
Yeah.
My CEO sat there at the back somewhere, so I had to throw that in there. Good, thank you very much. Right, now this is a little thing that was touched on, I think, by Stephen earlier. Don't worry, I'm not going to talk about health and safety, but certainly grid has been a challenge that we've all encountered, whether it be at depot or public sites, and we've got a suitably suitable picture, which also depicts deliberately the messiness and the challenges that comes there. Chris, you unfortunately have been far more involved in this, and your sake than mine, within the grid constraints. What are the main challenges with the grid and the ramp connections thereof?
Yeah, so this is really fun. At GridServe, we're quite demanding on the DNOs because we've got a lot of sites, so we have a lot of experience in doing this, and I think we're still finding it hard. Every DNO operates in a slightly different way, and even if you get that standard performance and you've got partners like NISO looking to try and optimize the queue, it's still really difficult. And I've got a few challenges here. It's like, well, I've got the M4 on the screen. One of our DNOs provide us an option which would involve a nice half-mile run, which involves closing the M4. So suddenly we've got this reality of us needing to really go, can we electrify, and is it even viable? And closing the M4 turns out isn't. 7-year wait, this came back a few times. It's a very clear way of, we're on the queue, we can give you this energy, but it's going to take a while. And that might be okay for a large-scale national infrastructure project that might take 8-10 years to build. It's not great in a depot where the civils construction could be between 6 weeks and 3 months. So I think, yeah, getting the support. And then finally, we had another motorway service station where we needed an 8-mile cable one. And you can imagine that gets pretty expensive pretty quick, and it's a lot of copper. I think one thing we have brought forward, though, is something that hasn't been talked about much, is the role of independent distribution network operators. So we've worked with a couple our side. And I think it's worth flagging there were a couple of pros and things to think about. I think the first is if you do need a substation, if you don't know what a substation is, it's that green thing there, you can get an independent network operator to effectively take on the running of that, and they will give you a pot of money for the privilege of doing that. And that can mean if you've got some depots where you need a good connectivity, you can potentially keep the business case positive. They also take on the support of the substation and things like that because they need a bit of maintenance. The challenge is it's really legally difficult because they want to lease the land that substation's on for 99 years. So if you own your warehouse or your facility or your depot and you've got a legal team that's okay doing things slightly non-standard, it works fine. If you've got a landlord that operates that you run the site on, you've got a lot of complexity. But the values here can be pretty large, and it can tip some sites to be worth pursuing and not. The final challenge or potentially benefit is it's another stakeholder to manage. And then the final one, on the right-hand side, I think you've already seen one of these pictures today. We don't know what's underneath, and we can do ground-penetrating radar, we can do site surveys, we can do many, many things, but there are times when you start looking at these sites, particularly sites that have been operating for many, many years, there's a lot of history to that site that is well documented, and that can just change and delay the rollout as you're going through, because you really need to be pretty careful when those cables are already there. So yeah, that's our thoughts.
Yeah, and we've obviously been talking about badgers and newts and butterfly banks. You love the butterflies, don't you? But the biodiversity net gain is probably perhaps a better way of phrasing it. But that's obviously a challenge as well, isn't it? Have you had to encounter that at the Nissan plant as well?
Yeah, so I was scared to mention the butterflies after what Stephen said about the badgers and the newts. So yeah, so we've had many a survey for around about the same cost as well. So the image that you've seen earlier, the big E, we like to say is for the electric freightway. It's also a great shape for housing what's called the dinghy skipper, which is a local butterfly, which now calls the charge yard home. So we see it as a bit of a diamond of the project, not particularly having a good health and safety, but we've learned alongside Sunderland City Council as well, because we were their first case as well.
Brilliant, thank you. And then there's one more topic we just wanted to address before we get more into the bolts of nuts and bolts of Q&A. But and this one's for me to lead. But one other thing which hasn't been mentioned yet today is design methodology, and the other consideration that not just us in the public domain, but also in the depot domain need to consider. Alistair is at the front here, will recognise this picture on the left, I'm sure. It's the first one we did in the interview stage 2.5 years ago. And actually I'm pleased to say that the design methodology hasn't changed tremendously. But we've had to be so cognizant not just of the space that we take up, as many people will know in the room, truck parking is at a premium already, and we've got to take up more space to nature. So we've had to be really cute and clever in the way that we try and do that efficiency. The image on the right, the sweat path analysis is also critical as well, of course. It's not just about the space that the bays take up, but it's how you get in and out of them without smashing everything up in the process. But I'm pleased to say that the clicker isn't working. Okay, I'm pleased to say that we're getting there, and I've clicked too many times now, and you can see from this image, the real world bulldog on the top there, which we launched just recently, is really demonstrating that design methodology in practice, and we're learning as we go. So we've got images there from Bulldog and Exeter on the next slide. And also I've just highlighted there that I suspect on the screen it's hard to see in the future. So we've already started discussions with multiple colleagues and people within the consortium about what's next and what we build for them next, whether that be at the depot environment or whether that be out in the public domain, or whether we just expand on the infrastructure we're already building. So just to finish on this little session before we go to the Q&A, I said a couple of times now, we've got 11 sites around the country. A lot of maps today, a lot of maps with dots on it. We've all got one. This one's ours, and it just shows the breadth of the country that we're covering at the moment through the project. And thank you again to DFT and for Innovate UK for helping to support us to do this. Alistair mentioned earlier, but we do have 3 reports, soon to be 4, with the final one coming out shortly. There is an absolute treasure trove of information, courtesy of the activities from Hitachi Zero Carbon, who've pulled all this together. So I do implore all of you, please do scan the QR code or just Google GridServe, ZEHID, Report 1, Report 2, Report 3, etc. There's a huge amount of information in there, so please use it. We spend a lot of time, money and effort developing these projects so that we can disseminate this information back out into the industry. So I implore you to look at those. There's a lot of really, really valuable information and insight into that. And like I said, we are building like fury, and we need people to use it. If this network is going to work, both ours and all of the other consortium members and everybody else who hasn't received grant funding, we need people to be using these sites. That demand stimulates interest, it stimulates additional supply, it stimulates appetite from our investors to build more of this stuff. So please do come and see us. Like everybody, we've got a stand in the middle there. So come find us at lunch, come talk to us. If we can help you in any way, both with facilitating public charging for your needs or building things in the depot environment, we've got a tremendous amount of experience of doing that now. So please do lean into us and help us help you to decarbonise heavy goods vehicles. And I'll shut up now. But I think we've got a few minutes left. How are we doing for time? No, we are doing. I've got us bang on time. And are you pleased? Yeah, Brownie. Do I get lunch first? No. Okay. Right. So Q&A time. I hope we've hopefully given you a fairly broad stretch of information and stuff to chew on. So really, we want to hear from you guys now. Not for me, but for these guys. What questions might you have in the audience? So who would like to go first? There we are. Bang, straight away. I know that face. Mr. Jackson used to work with me. Doesn't anymore.
Good morning, Mr. Clark. I'm asking this question with one of the GridServe execs sat right next to me, so if you never hear from me again, you know why. I want to say congratulations for everything you've done to really lift the profile of electric heavy goods vehicle charging. The first sites are live. Great to see those. As a charge point operator, this is what you do. You've got one of the foremost electric hauliers on the panel. Cost is an issue. Margins are kind of wafer thin. As a charge point operator, you value utilization. Can you talk me through your advertised price of 89 pence a kilowatt hour, please?
Did you hear, Chris, did you hear the collective sigh in the room then? Yes. Like I said, he doesn't work for us anymore. But before I answer the question, Mr. Jackson did work for us for a number of years, and he is integral to the 161 eHGVs that we've successfully put on the roads in the UK. So kudos to him, before I kick him later, for helping deliver that. And John Wybrow is here somewhere as well, also another massive integral member who now is joining the Vaultloader team. So it's great to see we're building all this experience and using it across the industry. I've waffled enough in this question. Chris, I think that the pricing challenge in the public domain is difficult, whether it's passenger cars or trucks, right? There is a too big a gap between the domestic charging and the depot charging and the public domain at the moment, and I think government can definitely help support bridge that gap. The price point that we are selling energy at is contactless rates, is not what the hauliers are going to be spending and paying. We are already in the depths of more fleet deals than I can mention or think about that include preferential rates for those parties that are going to be using the network on a regular basis. So the best place to get the best price at GridServe is directly at the moment. So come and speak to us. We need to understand from you what you intend to do and what your aspirations are in this space. In an ideal world, to help us try to get the best price for the end customer, we need to know how much energy you're going to use. Now, at the moment, it's nascent, the market's early, and people are still finding their feet. Even the likes of Vaultloader, who are doing it on a daily basis, are still finding their feet, right, in terms of the energy consumption, depot versus public. But we are definitely getting there in terms of more understanding now. And the data that we've seen from Dynamon today, we'll see from Hitachi later, is showing where everyone's going and how much consumption they're taking on. And the more we can work closely with the hauliers to understand what their energy consumption is, the more we can factor that into our modelling and give the best available price. The second part of that answer is that we also need to make sure that we don't encourage bad behaviour. So we've got eHGV sites rightly adjacent to the passenger side. So Exeter, for example, it's a 30-second walk from the eHGVs to a swathe of passenger cars. What we don't want is passenger cars using the eHGV bays. If we had a contactless rate that was less than the passenger side, guess where everyone's going to go, right? So we've also got to try and drive that other behavioural or not drive bad behaviour in the way that people access our network so that we have the right vehicles in the right places. I hope that answers your question, and I never want to speak to you again. Any other questions? There's one over there. David, is it, I think, in the background? Yes, it is. Joking, by the way. And can this not be for me as well, please? Can it be for the panel, David?
Well, it's more of a sort of generic question about
Okay.
charging sites. We've heard a lot this morning about public charging and shared depot charging. For a new operator that's just starting to think about electrifying their truck fleet, is there a ZAP map equivalent? How do they easily find where all these growing numbers of locations are, whether public or shared private?
Do you guys want? I've got an answer, but I don't want to hog the mic. Does anyone? Do you want to?
There isn't a ZAP map, I think, I mean, there are a lot, as Sam alluded to. Everyone has their own maps to some extent. I think there are certainly, I think what I find very useful about this, the ZEHID group and you know, what we've created here is that there are plenty of people sort of willing to help on that question. I think we are learning every day. We certainly have our own map of charge capability around the UK that we are sort of testing to its limits on a daily basis. There will be others that have that view. I think where we can, we are trying to collaborate on that. I think use the people network. We say we haven't seen a ZAP map sort of form yet. Whether that will, I don't know. But certainly there'll be lots of people willing to help with you on that question.
Yeah, and the answer is yes, there will be. So all of the charge point operators, the CPOs, have their own SaaS platforms, CSMS platforms that they run their chargers on. We obviously have ours too. And until recently, we had one unique contract ID, which was associated to GridServe as a network. We now have two. And the reason why we have two is that the electric freightway will be treated separately to that of the electric highway. What that means is that when it becomes visible on things like ZapMap and a multitude of others, we'll be able to distinguish between the two. So we'll have a commercial charging effectively filter that enables people to be able to see the difference. And I'm sure others will be doing the same. Yes, please do.
So, yeah, from our perspective, I think what we are doing, we recognise that depots and roadside service area, charging areas are key to. Those things need to work in a sort of seamless ecosystem. And so, I think what we have found key is that we are working with a number of the CPOs to make sure that network can work. And when our customers take their trucks from their depots out onto the road, rather than being constrained to come back to base, that they know that their Volt Loader cards can work when they're out on the road, and they can get sort of a good service and a reliable service when out on the road, because that is the key point.
Thank you. Next one. Andy, of course. Hang on, you have to wait. You've got a loud voice, but you're going to have to wait for the microphone anyway.
I like the insults that you throw out, Sam. It keeps everybody on their toes. Makes them a little. Especially you've got no questions. What was I going to say? Oh yes, easy one for you. We've all got quite vexed about booking tools at the start of this project. Has all that gone away? And where are you at on that? Can we give them question for Chris?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks,
Andy. So yeah, we are still looking at booking tools, but to be candid, how we manage booking and bay reservation is more of a process and structure we need to build first. So we're aware that at the moment there's slightly more public bays than there are trucks, and there'll be an inflection point where that changes. So whilst we're building software to pilot booking systems, it's more about getting engagement from hauliers at this stage to figure out what you need to see, because we could tell you the answers, apps for your drivers, apps for your back-end system and so on, but that's probably not what you want to tell us. So really we need to ascertain how we can protect that bay so it's there if you need it, how the bay can be used for rest time if the tachograph's topped out, but at the same point not put too much inappropriate technology in the way to slow things down. So no, it absolutely hasn't gone away. It's something that will be phasing in over time, but also we'd like to do that with hauliers rather than two hauliers.
Ian, I wonder if you've got a thought on reservation booking in your landscape as well.
Well, we've gone nowhere near it. And I missed your cue to come in with me facts earlier. So we're 8 months in now, and we haven't found the need. We might get the benefit of the fact that they're all on different strategies and they charge at different times, which obviously helps, and we're not sweating the charge yard like we possibly could. We've got the benefit of that, but we haven't had to be precious enough to bring in any sort of charge strategy as yet. But we may need to as we grow.
Yeah, thank you. And certainly, it's something that's going to grow. I think. Where is he? There he is, Andy. I think it will grow as a need. But as Chris alluded to, there's so many nuances to it. We've also got to make sure we understand. I think actually for us, implementing our software that we've developed through the project into the depot first is probably the best way forward, and then slowly but surely introduce that into the public domain, particularly as demand starts to increase, and then we have a need in that space. I don't know who's got the mic, but there's a chap on the far left waving furiously. Have we got time for a couple more, Simon? Are we good for time? 2 more? Okay. Yes, sir.
Sorry, Sam, you don't know me yet. You will soon. Tyler Hartwell, Keoma Energy. We're doing the newest site in Lutterworth. We've solved the booking problem. You can look at Bosch, Travis, or Snap, and you don't want to be showing up and having an empty truck. So we've solved it. It can be solved. Use those other platforms, not us, but through others you can do it. The other point on pricing, we know that you've got different pricing out there, but we think the pricing should be around, you said you've got contracts, but 35, 40 seems to be what some of the other clearers are at. So we do think the pricing's there. We do think you can book. So no question on that, just to comment that we do think the booking can be solved.
Brilliant. Okay. And in addition, I suppose, just to add to that, is I think the collaboration between different booking reservation systems will be really important as well. And it's already all these conversations going on about how they all interact with each other, whether it be via a Hubject type solution or something that enables people to book through one system and it land on the other is going to be critical, because we need to collaborate in order to make this work. Any more hands? One at the very front.
I've already got a mic, so I'm sorted.
Would you bring your own, or?
Thank you, Sam. I just want to start by saying what I've seen this morning and what I see, the direction of travel is fantastic. It's great to see something happening in the UK. I wonder, however, where the stalling point might be. I've already heard you discuss the challenges you have with grid rollout. Obviously, what you're dealing with at the moment is a fairly small proportion of the UK fleet. How many years do you think you're going to be able to continue in the trajectory of growth before grid capacity and DNOs, etc., become a real hurdle to overcome?
Thank you for the impossible question. So, Chris, would you like to answer that one?
I think the good thing is everyone's talking about it. Everyone knows it's a problem. And grid connectivity generally used to have a lead-up time if you were building something large and slow, housing estate, a new business park and so on, whereas we're building something energy-intensive and quick. So I think that we can now, with a lot of accuracy, say what we want from a grid connectivity point of view to a DNO and be very date-driven on when they're going to create that demand. That changes the conversation. So that then informs NESO and the other components that are going to help with this mix. But I think really we're a lot more educated now at being able to prescribe what we need, when we need and how we need it. That enables the DNO to make a much more judgment-based decision on whether they have that capacity or not, rather than adding things to a very long list that needs a bit of reprioritisation every so often. So I think it is getting better, but I think talking about it is the main thing at the moment.
Yeah, and you've given me a chance to think of a good answer. I think just to add to that as well, I think that if I think back to the car world, we know from National Grid that we consumed a lot more energy in this country many years ago than we do today as a result of all the energy-saving appliances that we now use. So the energy was there many years ago. It's about getting it to the right places now. So we know we've got the capacity. Similarly, things like vehicle-to-grid probably in the consumer world and at home will help to supplement some of that energy needs. So the smartness in the way which we do things, I think, needs to translate into this sector as well. So we've had, I think it was Stephen mentioned megawatt charging already, and there is definitely a need for that level of power. There also a definitely need to not do that. We've got hauliers that are using 43 kilowatt AC chargers perfectly effectively with long dwell times at depots. So I think we've got to make sure that we're smart in what we're trying to do as well. It's not all massive power, and a megawatt is the consumption of a small village. There's times when that is needed, but there's many times when it isn't. So I think it's really important to get right sizing involved here, right charges, right place, right time, and make sure that the right power, we're not over-speccing where we don't need to, but similarly we do apply that level of energy where it's needed. So I think that as we grow, we've got to get clever with it to make sure that we don't bust in the process. Yeah, Dave, please do.
I think just building on that point, there's and part of our model really is to go and look for some of that capacity that's already out there. So there is a lot of unused allocation already out there that we can use on the short to medium term. It might not solve the long-term problem, but it shouldn't be a blocker for getting started now and doing something meaningful. And to Sam's point, I think what we're finding is that there is, if you size this correctly, you can obviously, if you overbuild and overspec, that impacts the overall price that we all pay for it. So it's about, I think, seeking out that capacity, sizing appropriately, and being creative really. And I think that's so key.
Thank you. Simon's just told me we've got time for a quickie, which I assume means one more quick question. Yes, sir. Right in front of me.
Sorry. Just a quick question. Considering the battery weight for HGV, do you think that the electric HGV would be the right solution, or considering other options like hydrogen and fuel cell?
Do you want me to comment on a bit now?
We
had to price it in at the start. Naturally, we had to. I think your whole infrastructure and the roads that are around our site in Nissan had to change to support the extra weight. So we were aware of it. We've priced it in. But yeah, I get the sentiment behind the question. Do you know if you think that one?
I mean, weight is definitely a factor, and I think we are lobbying hard with many others to make some changes. It's the one thing that the government can do that would make a dramatic change to what we're doing. I think the market will solve most of the challenges, but the market can't solve the weight challenge. I mean, maybe ultimately with battery technology, but certainly on the medium term, a little bit of support there would go a long way. I think, like Ian, we have priced this in to some extent. We are being very creative. We've custom built some of our trailers to get more optimum payload. We're using all sorts of different types of trailers now. So we're tipping. We've got tankers, curtain-siders, fridges. We have to think quite carefully about what we're using them for and the use cases. But weight is a factor. We started at the very heavy end, and we've managed there. There is a bit of a penalty, but not as big as you might think. And certainly, as you get further down the supply chain, and you add more air into what you're carrying around, ultimately, it does get a little bit easier. So I don't think definitely government can do something to help, but it should not be a barrier to doing something meaningful.
Brilliant. Thank you, Dave. And I think with that is the end of our session. So thank you, Chris. Oh, round of applause. Yeah. Thank you, Chris, Dave, and Ian. I shall hand you over now to the very capable team of Voltempo to take it from here. Thank you.
If I could invite the expert panel to come up and join me, please. I'd be grateful. Otherwise, it's going to be a very short session. So I will ask you gentlemen to introduce yourselves. Here we go. Here's Pete. So I'm Neil Durno from Voltempo. Some interesting stats and content that we will take you through in terms of the depot charging side of the equation. To the points that have been raised earlier, this isn't about our program. It's a thematic update on this particular topic area. So, Chris, could I ask first of all for you to introduce yourself and then just go down the line so everyone knows who we are?
Chris Jennings from Kuehne + Nagel. So I'm an operations manager and responsible for electrifying our fleet. We've got 12 eHGVs in operation now, 4 of which have been for over a year. Our hypercharger has been fully commissioned and at full power as of last week. And we've got a good year's worth of experience in electric running.
Thanks, Chris. Hi, everyone. I'm Jack Millington, one of the energy transition managers for Renault Trucks UK. So working with Renault Trucks, supporting our customers on their EV transition is basically what that means. We're very grateful and been lucky to provide a good number of vehicles into all of the projects, across 2 of the projects on ZEHID. The role really has moved from that kind of specifying a vehicle, what does it need to do, to actually now supporting our customers in use. And drilling down to some of the data. So yeah, looking forward to share some of that with you today of the vehicles in operation.
Hi everyone, Peter Hughes, Head of Engineering at Voltempo. Joined around 2 months ago, so very new and can claim very little credit for everything that's gone before, but responsible for the product development of our in-house hypercharger and also delivering the site connections as well.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. So 2 parts to this for us. We're going to talk about depot development, some of the factors around that topic, and then we'll move on and talk about the really, really interesting stuff, which is use case and what we've already done. Okay, so this isn't future gazing. The second part of this session is going to talk to you about what's already happening, right? So it's real, which is great. 2 years ago today, I was halfway through a 64 site visit tour of the UK. So when I joined the business, Michael very kindly stuck me in a hire car and went, can we go and have a look and see what these sites are all about? Okay, so we literally went out to each of these sites and walked from front to back. And that wasn't about going and finding the GRP to understand where the power was coming in. It was actually about walking from the security gate and the entire site and looking at where that site operation ran, where the traffic flows were, where the pinch points were, where the amenities were. And talking to the operators and their teams, the health and safety team, the transport planning teams, and actually engaging with them about what we were about to start planning, right? And it was a really insightful time to go out and do so much of that to get to where we are today with the 35 sites that we will deploy through the eFreight project alone, let alone the other 2. So 64 wasn't what turned into 35, I can tell you that. 64 was what I did in the first 3 months of my time at the business, and we've done plenty more since, which has given us a lot of insight and has brought us into contact with the people we've got up on the panel. I guess one of the key things, Chris, if I can talk to you first, or ask you to talk to everybody, is what we learned from the operations and what we saw at the East Midlands Gateway site around that infrastructure piece.
Okay, so we had the opportunity of installing some AC charging first. We recognised how long the DC charging would take to get over the line with, as the last two panels talked about, the DNOs, the legalities, the landlord conversations, all of that was going to take time, and it took a lot longer than we ever expected. So I'm glad we pushed the button on the AC charging and got us going quite quickly. We ran 4 Renaults on those since January 25, single shifted, charging overnight, and they found a place in our operation quite well. And they were well utilised, using the full capacities every day, coming back, fully charging, and no issues with vehicles, no issues with charging. And it was a really ease into the electrification of eHGVs for our operation, and we learned a lot of lessons through that time. More recently, with the hypercharger being installed, so our challenges there were around the DNOs, the legalities of it, being big corporations, our own legal team slowing everything down. Ours was legal challenges, contracts, rather than physical frogs and newts, and we took up concrete and put down concrete, so we had it really easy there. On design, I think we could have done better with hindsight. We chose to, I think ours is that top left one.
Correct, yep.
We chicaned it because we've got left-hand and right-hand vehicles coming in. We wanted it to be accessible for future-proofing when our European colleagues are coming over. And it's designed to go in nose first with a trailer, because we have lots of visiting drivers a day, and we wanted to make sure that it was purposeful for all sorts of operations. Yeah. I think with hindsight, we would have loved drive-through bays. Our Kushi would have loved drive-through bays, but yeah, we've got what we've got, and it works well.
Yes, and that's a really interesting point around where are you going to put this, was the question I got asked, and I turned around and said, no, where would you like it put? And then there was a standoff, all right, as we talked to people. The truism is that when you walk around the site, I can think of one in my head, everyone looked at it on maps and went, yeah, there's a quiet corner, be perfect and ideal. And we went to site, and it was a crash gate for the fire brigade, all right? In terms of very tight entry to the site standard, we could not use that space, all right? So it's a great example. We then said, but there's another place. It couldn't have been further away from the power connection. It couldn't have been further away from soft dig, right? So it would have been 1/2 kilometre of breaking slab and cable, right? So these things are the realities of the compromises, perhaps, we look at. I think the nice thing about East Midlands Gateway is it's right by your transport office, which is good. But the other thing I remember talking to some sites is security don't want it by the main gate. It's the busiest place. Next site, we want it right by the main gate. It's the slowest place. Okay, so some of this comes down to operationally what you want and your health and safety perspectives. So,
yeah, definitely. With the AC, we knew that was going to be overnight charging. We were able to put that around the back of our yard where it was more quiet, and we knew it wouldn't cause an obstruction. We weren't bothered about losing the space. And then for DC charging, it's right opposite our operations hubs where we can see it. We know the usage. Thinking forward with visiting third parties, it can be easily controlled. It's not too close to the gatehouse. It's not too far away from the sub. So it ticked all the boxes where we put it.
Indeed. And so the other complication, opportunity with East Midlands Gateway is that it's a private network, right? It's an IDNO already across the whole of the site.
Yeah, so my involvement was on the outside of that, but I know it had its own challenges. So yeah, the intricacies I won't know, but
Indeed.
I know that it wasn't an easy process getting what we wanted in the time frame that we wanted.
Yeah, so sort of the experience we have across a number of the sites is that sometimes that IDNO piece is a enabler, all right? It brings asset valuation to the project, so it can enhance the funding that you've got, it brings a different design philosophy in terms of the connection equipment. Going to them when they're already there is somewhat more challenging because some of those things haven't been considered when the private network has been built. And so it's an interesting dynamic. It needs evaluating on a case-by-case basis, right? So, and then the other thing around this is the sort of traffic plans. Again, we'll focus on East Midlands Gateway, if I may. It's a very busy logistics site where there is no space or place for people to stop once they come off the motorway and get onto the site, unless they're coming in, all right? And so what were the considerations there in terms of traffic from your perspective?
So we're committed to our landlord and Zero to have a traffic plan for site and estimate the number of vehicles transiting that access and egress. So we've had to feed into them of what our expectations and projections are to amend that plan. In terms of access to our site, it has to be closely regulated. We're a Type A security site, so we have to know exactly who's coming on site, when, who they are and what they're here for. So we would need a booking process. It would need to be smooth at the gatehouse. We can have 4 vehicles at the gatehouse and then we're out onto the road and then we're causing problems. So we know it has to be smooth, and all of that's had to be factored into what we can potentially use the depot for.
Yeah, okay, great. Peter, if I may extend this topic of discussion onto you, when we think about the design in terms of the power and the approach we've taken with that and other sites, what does it then factor in terms of getting enough power, as Chris said, beyond the initial AC, but into the bigger power opportunities?
Yeah, I think it's been mentioned quite a few times by some of the previous panels as well. There's a lot of challenges around the existing distribution network and the capacity that's available. You can get indications from national grid heat maps and things like that, but you don't really know until you get into the process and start to identify where the constraints are. I think one thing that can be a bit of an enabler is understanding the existing site load and the diversity in your existing site, and being able to identify whether there could be an opportunity to use existing power rather than necessarily putting in a large connection, or indeed upgrading the existing connection and utilising some load management versus the existing site load.
Yeah.
I think one of the challenges we've experienced on a couple of sites with connections is, I think it's been mentioned with the M4, but existing infrastructure in the way of the point of connection. And then, of course, the actual distance is a multiplying factor for cost. So cables, trenching, the civils works, everything is multiplying as you get further away from that point of connection.
Yeah.
So it really varies by every single site that we go to. But understanding your existing site, understanding where you can potentially make use of existing power, and then engaging early and building partnerships with the IDNOs, the DNOs, and the ICP, who will ultimately do the work for you. Having those strong partnerships and understanding how to progress through each of the stages of the design is critical to ensuring that the project delivers successfully.
Yeah, exactly. And I know at least 2 sites that we've been working on with consortium members have needed to use or find or establish routes underneath the motorway network, right? And that comes at a premium, right? And so one's very dear to my heart because it's very close to my home. But I remember going to visit my mum one weekend and the slip road being closed. And so I phoned up my colleague Paul and said, he could have warned me the slip road was going to be shut this weekend because of the investigation of the ducting. And he went, oh, is that you just driven past me? And he was there on site with a team crawling around in the ducting underneath the old A14 on that moment to explore. And this is what it takes, right? This is what we're trying to do. And these things generally are there for specific purposes. They're not provisioned for future growth, right? So it is complex. Right? Peter, is there anything else from our experience of the DNO connections piece or landing the kit on site that you want to cover before we move on?
I think it's again just about engagement, understanding and building a relationship with trusted partners. Obviously, DNOs are sort of geographically determined, so you don't necessarily get to choose your DNO. That's based on where your site is. But certainly with IDNOs and your ICPs, being able to build partnerships and have a level of trust and understanding the quality that they're going to deliver and understanding the schedule that they're going to deliver to is critical for the delivery of the project.
Great, thank you. A couple of other things sort of to focus on for a minute. We've got a really wide range of sites. We've got some quarries at one end of the scale and some pretty standard distribution centres at the other end of the scale. And so when it comes to your point, Chris, around safety on site and who you can have on site, some very different considerations about whether or not you can open the gates to allow other people onto site. The simplest thing was when I was asking people, can I use your facilities? They didn't realise I was actually asking that because that's a project question. Because if you're going to bring drivers to site, you need to have some provision for them while they're on their break to get comfortable, to get a drink or to get some food, all right? And so simple things like that, especially on a secure site, makes it quite difficult in terms of access to amenities, all right? So just a really simple learn there, but really important if you're going to bring third-party charging onto site. The other thing then is the suitability of those sites. If you think about going across a weighbridge and getting through a security gate and have you got 360-degree high-vis on, that all of a sudden changes the requirements for what someone's going to have to do on site. And so those things all need consideration. But the other thing is we're deploying 200 bays and 90 vehicles through this project. So we're creating a massive amount of capacity to expand and develop the market and to support that through the commitment that the operators have all made. So that's a really, really positive piece, but we need to balance it alongside those other pieces of the puzzle that we just said. No parking on the industrial estate, there's no such thing, no queuing out of the gate, etc. Okay, so the other thing then is just that whole piece around no two depots are the same, right? So the four designs you see at the top, literally there's a different nature of design for every site, but they are some of the examples that we've developed to support the use case for each of the operators, and I think that's reflected across all the projects, right? There is no cut and paste. These are engineering projects, and therefore the answer is, of course we can, we just need to work out how best to do that and how to facilitate what you need. I'm sure, Dave, you've been living with the same thing around the Volt Loader deployments. Yeah, the one thing I often say to people is, if you're sitting back and thinking about it, you're not learning, all right? And those people that have gone early and got engaged, they're learning a massive amount. Chris, to that point, I mean, in terms of your transition and setting up your team with Matthew to focus on the EV, can you just talk to that point about that learning curve for a minute?
Yes, certainly. So we recognised quite early on that it's going to be different from planning our diesel fleet. It's a different mind frame, and there's more considerations on the day-to-day that you've got to consider. So we chose to hire a dedicated eHGV planner, Matt is in the room, whose role is sitting alongside our normal planning teams and looking at what is feasible, not only on use cases for customers and specific planning, but just on a day-to-day checking, is that feasible? Because it changes day to day. As you saw in the Dynamon software earlier, you've got to factor the weather, you've got to factor the weight of the load, you've got to factor the driver and how capable they are. And you have different consumptions. Just naturally, you have drivers that are that bit better and that bit worse, and it can make a massive difference in your range, and you have to factor that on a day-by-day basis.
Do you know, it's almost like we planned this. It's almost like we planned this, because that brings us on beautifully, if the technology works, to our use case experience. And so, I mean, Jack, can I ask, sort of pick up on this point, to Chris's point about the driver experience and the learning curve?
Yeah.
You know, what have your insights been in terms of working with the partners?
I think, yeah, it's been that journey for drivers, and we see the real benefits of it and that engagement from day one. So, I mean, with Chris, the headline here is they've got 426 kilometres out of a vehicle that we said they'd do 300 from. And that's not to sniff at, and that's massive credit to Chris and Matt and all of the team that they've got the driver pool there engaged with it to listen and go, how do we get the most out of it? And, you know, reflecting back on that from earlier around payload and challenges, it's like, well, you don't need all the kilowatt hours and more kilograms on the vehicle if you've got a driver who can enable that vehicle to go further, and we have seen that. on the progression point of view, it's probably about 6 months probably where we found that settling from a kind of consumption point of view, where they get used to that, different seasons, the cold, the hot, how that actually goes. And the real benefit of that, and with all of ZEHID, is that the data comes back from that and the learning. We've been through that journey with another one of our partners in recent weeks, putting a vehicle on the road. Those insights now have allowed us to see that same improvement that was 6 months just from bedding it in, actually within 6 weeks now for the same driver, 15% better from their day one to where they are now. Because we've got that learning, we know how to improve the vehicle. But really, yeah, the engagement from the drivers is massive, and having that kind of the learning of getting engaged with it, the drivers saying, you know, I'm happy to run slightly 1 mile an hour slower, it's a bit less stressful, and actually I know I can push it. We talk of stressful, I mean, the longest day they got back at 2%, but that comes from that planning and knowing, well, no, the route's been planned, it will do it, we know this vehicle now, we can stretch the legs of it that allow us to push the envelope. That longest day wasn't actually when, without spoiling anything, when we got our passports, that was in the UK, just a very long day. Went home and AC charged that night, actually. So really, you know, proving what can be done with the vehicle. Doesn't need to be the biggest charger, doesn't need to be the biggest, and utilising what you've got, really.
Yeah. And Chris, in terms of to Jack's point around that, the drivers' feedback, you know, you've had drivers now switch and run between 2 different OEM trucks, and you know, I think you've got some great insights as a result from your drivers about what that means and how, you know, how you've shaped what you do next.
Okay, so to pick up a little bit on the driver transition, so we had 4 dedicated drivers that were really up for it, really engaged, and wanted to make it a success. So we started from a great point. Out of those 4, 2 had EV cars and 2 didn't. We noticed, even though they all had the same theory training and classroom training and then drive rounds, straight away 2 drivers that had EV cars were good eHGV drivers. 2 that only drove diesels just didn't quite get it. Yeah. So after a week, further talking, wasn't quite working. We put them out with the other 2 drivers for 2 days each. One where they watched the good driver, one where they drove. 3rd day, good EV drivers again. It is a different mentality that anyone with an EV car will know, but it's a bigger shift in the HGV world. So that was a key learning for us, and it's meant that every time we put a new driver into eHGVs, we have a day out with a good driver so they can see what it's about. From the sort of perception of drivers, they love the vehicles. It doesn't matter what OEM, what vehicle driving, they love them. They're comfortable, they're quiet, they love the torque delivery. They talk about at the end of the day they're less fatigued, they're not smelling of diesel. Yeah. They absolutely love the vehicle. So I think Tom touched on the point earlier. Yes, it's going to be a recruitment and retention thing of the future. Right. People want to get in these vehicles. Yeah, I think that answers.
Super. So, Jack, back to you then, because we've got the recent experience of driver coaching and how we use the driver trainer. Can you talk to that a little bit in terms of what we've been doing with that trunking route?
Yeah, so we've got a customer who wants to run a route that is on the fringes of possibility, maybe we'll call it that. That, you know, if you had a driver and we saw it early days, didn't want to make it work, put the foot down heavily, it was close, and we were saying, right, you know, I was a bit worried the P45 was on the way when we said it would work, and it nearly didn't, but we managed to turn it around quite quickly. I think that's the thing, using that data bank, we know things, so there are a lot of insights we can now share on that. So it's things that are simple to operators in terms of tyres, aerodynamics, all of that still counts. We say if you know how to set your diesel up for fuel efficiency, start there for electric. The second bit we found then is actually in some of the cruise control, as mad as it seems, so let the truck do the work. We found the impact there of some of the technology we now bring to the vehicles. But what I'm saying here is that we know what to target now, so we can see if regen looks good or bad. Interestingly, everyone talks regen and says we want the most regeneration possible. It's not actually always a fact, particularly with tracked units we see on ZEHID, because we had a driver who was essentially yo-yoing, so they'd accelerate regen, and they're going, oh, brilliant, I'm smashing it, 80 kilowatt hours of regen today, brilliant, I'm the best driver. Sorry, no, that's not the best way, because what they were doing is wasting energy. So it's these insights, which the credit to the program and ZEHID, we've been able to get down to already, and as I say, that speed for anyone on the journey now, their driver trainers, we share that, we've shared with the teams of those already operating, here's how to do even better. But actually now we're starting from a better place. We're already running these vehicles and we know how to target it and improve it. I mean, the driver training is key. You know, you can break these still if you put your foot down and don't use the regen. We see that is an impact. Whack the heater on full just because you can. Windows down, that people have done. Can confirm if you're trying to...
Fifth wheel position, can I say?
Yeah.
Fifth wheel position?
Yeah, and then, things like fifth wheel position as well. So, you know, we all have a keen eye looking at these lovely pictures of the trucks, and the ones as sad as me amongst us will go, oh, that air kit's not set right, or, oh, we could maybe close that trailer in somewhat. But that's where I say it's that same conscious thought. And when you're pulling a large vehicle, aerodynamics is huge. So if you haven't got an air kit set, if you've got a huge gap because the fifth wheel isn't set right, but it's just having that conscious thought of how do we get the most out of these than just going, oh, it doesn't work. And it is marked benefit. And if I'm honest, it's surprising. You know, we're seeing 10s, 20% differences of a good versus a bad.
Yeah. So the photos behind the two of you are very interesting use cases, which if anyone didn't spot these at the time, it's worth understanding. Chris, can we talk about those international trips?
Yep, certainly. So the one on a boat there, that's on P&O ferry. So we work with P&O to enable eHGVs go across the channel on the ferry. They were quite quick to react and changing their policies and agreeing to let us do that. So we went to Amiens in France on there. That was one of our groupage line hauls that we go daily, and we wanted to see whether we could do it in electric, and we did. It was all a successful journey there and back. We utilised external charging, one of GridServe sites, and we learned a lot from that we can rely on external charging. The other map picture there, that's a journey into HGV in Germany. So we wanted to do exactly the same, but work with Eurotunnel to be their guinea pigs with their processes and procedures and rules and training of all their staff. That took a little longer to organise with them, but they were happy that they were in a place that would allow us to do another journey. And we went all the way to HGV. And again, using lots of external charging. I think there was 5 charge points there and back, but it worked. So it wasn't a case of looking where the chargers were and making it work from that point. It was very much of where do we want to go and then working out the route, and the infrastructure's there.
Right, okay. So Jack, in terms of vehicle options, you think this is the very long range stuff, but we've done some incredible stuff in the day as well. Yep. So can you talk to that to some degree?
Yeah, I think that it's back to the point, you know, we say that there are vehicles and, you know, we'll have it, I think every OEM is looking at pushing the envelope of what the vehicle has in terms of kilowatt hours. Kilowatt hours does equal more kilometres. It also means more kilograms to carry around. So it's about utilising the right asset. And we have an operator within ZEHID that is using the current gen vehicles. So, you know, call it 378 kilowatt hours of energy. They're triple shifting those though. So they, because of their operation, they're going to stores and to depots. They can bring that vehicle back, charge it, change the driver over. There is a period of time they have inevitably when one driver checks in, one driver checks out, the next driver checks in. We've had 841 kilometres in a day, again, from the 300-kilometre truck that we talked about, because they're actually showing that triple shifting is a way to do it. That is in their own network, so between 2 of their sites that they go to regularly. But it's just proving that and saying, you know, we often hear when we talk about EVs, oh, you know, they're not for me. I have to double shift my truck. Well, somebody's doing it 3 times. You can see 3 different tacho cards in that vehicle, 3 different shifts throughout that day in a rolling 24-hour period. And it's all about sizing the infrastructure right, and it's about sizing the vehicle right to balance all of that within, I'd say, because it is possible, and it's about understanding what that means for each. Now, that is, you know, on one operator and it works for them, but that's to say, you know, let's look at the operation and say what could you do, could you do, and don't let it be a limit. Okay.
How many chargers have they got that they're running those use cases?
So that is one charger that is running 7 trucks off it. Yeah, 1 charger, 7 trucks, 2 shifts a day. Caveat, the one that did 3 shifts did go up to one of their other sites that has 1 charger. But yeah, we saw from one of the operators, 7 trucks running from a singular 240 kilowatt DC charger. Now, credit to them, there's a lot of planning in that, scheduling of vehicles, but we've talked about scheduling, we've talked about planning, involving the planners. Yeah. It's possible, you know, you can run these vehicles on it, and don't let it stop you thinking, really.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. And so the other thing that's worth bringing out in this is, you don't have to take a full set of batteries, right? There's the
Yeah,
alternative view, and there's a use case there, right?
Yeah, no, exactly that. So, if you know you're consistently returning at 30-40% because of that nature of you stop and you can do your shifts, don't carry an extra battery. We talk of TCO, we talk of payload issues. One way of doing that is not buying more of a vehicle than you need to. Maybe not the thing to say from an OEM, don't spend as much money with us, but that's the reality. That's what will enable it in terms of vehicles, that there's an argument there to size it right rather than buying the big, shiny, everything as possible could be done. But there's use cases where it works. We've seen that.
Yeah. Okay, super. Thank you. So picking up, there was a question from the last session. Depot sharing, Chris. I mean, you and I have had a recent meeting and discussion about this. Let's just talk about the sort of practical realities of what we need to get through before we can really start leveraging and utilising the chargers fully.
So the starting point for us is probably security and health and safety, but we have 100 plus third-party vehicles on site every day. So we've got processes in place. We know we can make that work. Second point to it is protecting our own operation. So I've got vehicles in and out of the depot all day, topping up to go out on second and third runs, and then we're double shifting them. So I want to protect my operation first. So that leads you into, you need a sort of booking system that tells you who's coming to site from a security point of view to fall in line with knowing who's on site. And then you need to be able to safeguard your own operation and work around that. On top of those considerations, you've then got the liabilities. Using other people's chargers or potentially open ours up it's a big risk factor. It's not only money. If someone hits our charger, that's not just who's paying for it, it's what does that do to our operation.
Operational impact.
And that's the stalling point for us at the moment. It's getting a level of confidence of, it's not like the petrol station around the road is closed, we'll go somewhere else. At the moment, with the limited infrastructure, we've got BCPs to consider.
Yeah, thank you. It's such an important insight, right? And so whatever those booking platforms, and I will say plural, and I think the same point was made on the last session, I always talk about the holiday cottage that I don't have, but my brother running a website for his mates at the rugby club and me running a diary for the family, and then one of us decide to put it on Airbnb, and then Verbo make us a good offer. It's all doable, right? They're different platforms. They're pointing at one asset, all right? So ultimately, as we go forward, I'm sure people will have multiple things that they want to point at these assets. But again, to Chris's point, I think on the last panel, there's a lot of protocols around this before we get into platform enablement around how and why and when we want to make chargers available in terms of protecting our own operational requirements, but also then about practically blending these things in. Chris Welch had originally planned to be with us on this panel. We've gifted him to a later session. But when I talked to the Welch's team about the aspirations, that charge yard concept, rather like with yourself, Ian, is the important piece around why it's worth doing this investment and why it's worth going for a hypercharger, as Welch's have done within the programme for the deployments we're doing with them right now. And so all of these things are going to enable people's operations in different ways, okay, in terms of making that payback, that return on investment case, but making sure that it's bookable, reliable, and therefore people can schedule accordingly, because that's also going to add to your complexity, isn't it, in terms of transport planning?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's another thing for Matt and the team to consider. It's not just I know that vehicle can come back and get quick charge. He's then got to understand, well, have I got 6 visitors at that time? Is that going to hamper my second run? Or it's more stuff to consider, but it's perfectly doable.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you all. I really appreciate it. There's been a lot of effort put into this. To reflect Simon's point earlier, the coordination across the projects has also been really good. Now's the opportunity, I guess, for us to open up to the floor and see who has any questions that they'd like to ask our experts. Brian. Is there a mic here for Brian, please? No? Thanks, Ian. Thank you.
Yeah, Brian Robinson, independent consultant. To many, it's a frustration of ZEHID. It's certainly a limitation. and that the scope is limited to 40 to 44 tonne Arctics. It's primarily about demonstrating the art of the currently possible for regional and long-haul operations. To what extent is what you're learning about infrastructure, about vehicles, about operations, is there a direct read across to the short haul, to the urban delivery, to the refuse collection vehicles, to the, what is it, 80% of the fleet that aren't long haul Arctics, that also needs to electrify and need to do it by 2035 for new vehicles, not 2040. So to what extent is that frustration misplaced because you're learning valuable lessons in that sector as well?
Jack, is it possible you could take that from a sort of range of vehicles perspective?
Yeah, I think much of the learnings from a data point of view and a performance point of view will read across. I think actually from an argumentation point of view, if I wear the kind of the non-engineer out of my job in terms of making this real, and to customers is they go, well, if a 42-tonne Arctic can do it, of course my 18-tonner can do it, because we say there's a tractor unit doing 3 shifts, your 18-tonner that does 200 kilometres a day and parks up overnight. It's that confidence piece that I think by using the top edge of the market, it inevitably does that. From a technological point of view, absolutely. I think, we have... the other bit of this is that we have got operators who use a 42-tonne articulated vehicle in a more urbanised operation. I think that's part of ZEHID. We talk of the headline stats of, wow, look at us, we've gone 420 Ks. There are actually operators who achieve that through lots of short shunting. Otherwise, that's part of the market. There are some within ZEHID that are doing that. That's showing of how a really utilised vehicle, not necessarily distance-wise, but the time in a day it is used as well. So I think ZEHID is picking up those. Obviously, the examples as these sessions go on, I think we share more and more, of what that is. But I think, it's given us a real database of both how to do more of any type of vehicle and actually show what really is possible. So
there are rigids in 3 of our operators. So existing or outside of ZEHID, but rigids, I think, Chris, you can speak to that at all?
Yeah, so we have one rigid on fleet electric, and the lessons are transferable in terms of what we're learning, we're planning with range, with driver styles. It's a different operation. I can't electrify my whole rigid fleet, but I could probably do half. So it just becomes a business case and financials.
Yeah. So, okay, Brian. All right, great. Another question. John.
Thanks. John Wybrow, Volt Loader.
Hey!
Just getting used to saying that. Given all the challenges that you've spoken about, my question to the panel is what is the future of depot charging? I know on the GridServe project, it was more like 10% of the depots that we surveyed were appropriate and viable for charging. The sites that you've shown, and a lot of the projects are the same, there's 6 or 8 or maybe 10 bays that you can fit in, given the space and the grid. And what about over the next 5 or 10 years, as more and more of the fleet gets electrified, there's less opportunity for sharing. Will every bay in your depot be electrified somehow? Will it be hardware changes, much smaller dispensers, or what is the future for depot charging?
I personally think it's going to be a jigsaw piece, so there'll be lots of pieces to it. I think depot charging is going to play a part. It's a big part of this starting block because of that warm fuzzy feeling you've got. It's in your control, you're electric, you control who comes. It's a very good starting point. Where I think we will go personally with our depot is we probably won't put much more in our depot. We're on an industrial estate, and the industrial estate needs to start having shared charging. We need charging at our customers, and we're engaging with our customers now about putting in quick solutions with trickle chargers, plugging into 63 amp commando sockets, trickle charging this battery, and then when we arrive on site, as we're loading, we can dispense that power into a vehicle. So they're all pieces of puzzles that I think are going to play a big part of how we electrify the industry.
And I think as well in terms of the charging infrastructure, it's not necessarily being used to its full capacity at all at the moment. It's got a huge amount of capability in terms of dynamically allocating power between different bays and using that full megawatt connection that enables us to rotate vehicles more frequently. And it might be in some use cases that actually 6 bays is sufficient for a significant volume of electric vehicles within the depot. It's going to be a sort of variety of solutions for different depots. Some may need a couple of hyperchargers, some might be fine with one, some might need some standalones, and it's about understanding exactly what the use cases are for each operator.
And I think, again, if I can channel my inner Chris Welch, different depots, different opportunities. So one is on very close to the M11. One's actually on the Link Road near Bedford. And they're different shapes and sizes as well. And so the business plans will accommodate different capabilities in terms of just supporting core operations and maybe a little bit of extra, as opposed to actually, creating an environment that could do a lot more and attract a lot of other business. And so I don't think there's a one answer, John. I think it's a degree of appetite for the operator, suitability for the site, and ultimately, where do the costs go? What's affordable? What's the income stream? What's that utilisation take-up like? The next 2 years will inform that greatly as part of the next 5 years that we're delivering the ZEHID project goals through. But I think we've all got that healthy view that the best place to do this, because cost is such a challenge of running the vehicles, is where we can put that infrastructure in and share as much as we can within the constraints of the operation. And then that way, the roadside or public charging is the 10, 15%, depending on your point of view, which enables those longer routes. But actually, sharing depots is something that's been going on and fuel bunkering for years. Let's just do that in an electric way. Okay, we are okay for two minutes? Okay. Is there another question then? Yes. Sorry, I can't see who it is. Jeremy.
Hi there, it's Jeremy from Power here. I've been running a depot sharing network for the last couple of years to connect electric operators with private infrastructure owners, mainly directed at Chris. How do you see the depot sharing evolving here? Do you see yourselves, both as a fleet operator and as an infrastructure owner, striking lots of individual deals with third parties? Or do you see a role for aggregators and roaming providers, bearing in mind also that you've said how long your legal processes are to deal with those individual agreements? Bit of a loaded question, but...
Exceedingly loaded.
It's okay, it's picking up from the conversation last night. Our core business is freight. We move freight. We don't want to be a charge point operator. We don't want to have all those individual agreements if we don't need to. But we do need to retain control. We do need to understand who's on our site and have that choice. So it's sort of a middle ground between it's not quite fully public, it's semi-public. Having an expert being that aggregator and controlling it all is absolutely what we would need. What we would be interested in is that coordination between the two, between everyone that's doing that. Everyone's moving in their own directions. And I think Neil's mentioned we need that overarching, everything needs to plug into everything else to make it work, rather than us go with a power and we've got a power network. We would want to be a part of them all.
Thank you. Okay, so yes, one more question, please.
Hi there, Stuart Oates from Fossil Free Farm Project. I'm actually based right down in Cornwall. I've noticed on a lot of the maps we've even been dropped off the bottom. It's certainly a black spot. And I feel like that's a huge opportunity for us as a farm and as farms in all of the black spots, in fact. But to do that, we would need to leverage... Oh, thank you for including us, but put a dot down there, please.
You're welcome.
But to leverage that, we would need to use batteries to try and sort of increase the grid capacity of our farms to be able to supply that. I was wondering what experience everyone has so far of using large-scale BES batteries for being able to enable high-speed charging on sites, and whether there's an opportunity there of doing a deal with the DNOs for grid trading services and things like that.
Could I invite Michael just to take to this one, if you don't mind, Michael? I think from an experience on the panel, I don't think we have a battery operation, but obviously there's a lot of work going on.
Yeah,
Over to you.
so my name's Mike Boxwell. I'm one of the founders of Voltempo. Yes, battery storage combined with an EV charger is important going forward, because there are lots of sites where you can get a low power grid connection. You can't necessarily get a big one. Then you can charge your battery, from solar, from the grid, and whatever have you. And of course, you can then, as you say, do some energy trading back into the grid as well. So you've got that sort of flexibility. So what we're looking at is roughly sort of 400 kilowatt hour, slightly bigger battery pack with a 200 kilowatt charger, and you can then charge one or two vehicles at the same time using that. But you've also got that benefit of being able to buy energy at lower cost during off-peak periods, and keep your running costs down in that way. So that's certainly something which we've been looking at and modelling and so on and so forth, and we will have those facilities actually in use this year, which is great. So yeah, it's absolutely going to be really important going forward. And certainly Cornwall's important. There's areas in Scotland, of course, like that as well, and in Northumbria, and all sorts of locations where the trucks are going, and you need that extra bit of charge. So yeah, we'll definitely have that.
Thank you, Michael.
If I can just come in on that as well, I think we're seeing a variety of different use cases again, and it's really important to fully understand exactly what you're looking to achieve and model it in advance. One of the limitations of a lot of the best systems at the moment is the output power that they can achieve. So actually being able to put a sufficient charge into a vehicle can be a challenge. And then also understanding exactly how you want to get the best monetization out of your asset. In some cases, the export feed back into the grid is actually not an attractive option, and you're far better to self-consume everything that you are doing rather than necessarily getting into any arbitrage. Oh my God.
Sorry, yeah, the other element, of course, not necessarily maybe for your environment, but vehicle to grid is also an interesting thing, which not necessarily back to grid, but vehicle to vehicle, for instance. So you could be a scenario where you've got sort of 5 trucks coming back at the end of the day. 4 of them are going to be parked up for 10 hours, but one of them needs to get back out really quickly. The problem is it's a peak periods of the day, so your electricity costs are high, but you could be taking power out of the other 4 vehicles and sticking it into the 5th. Now, you can't do that just yet, for the simple reason that right now the vehicle OEMs have locked down vehicle to grid for very good reasons. They're learning as well. Of course, if they open that up, they're taking all the risk without getting any of the reward and so on. So what we're looking at within eFreight as well is modelling what vehicle to vehicle and vehicle to grid can look like, doing the data modelling with the fleets that are out there, with the idea that the next stage, we will be able to unlock vehicle to grid, and working with the vehicle OEMs, working with the DNOs and everything else, so we can model exactly what that means.
Michael,
and that will also help going forward.
You're doing this bit later, aren't you?
Oh,
It's
that's
the end
true,
session.
yeah.
Okay. So, good reason to stay around later on. The end session will talk about beyond deployment. So sorry, Michael, but I'm told I'm standing in between you guys and lunch. So I'd like to leave you with 2 points. One. We are immensely lucky, fortunate, and proud as a collective to be involved in this programme. Right? And so we have an obligation, but it's also our duty to make sure that we share things like we have today. And so it's a great opportunity, and I thank the panellists for joining me to do so. The thing I want to leave you with is the 4 operator brands that are represented on the image on the right-hand side. As of 3 Thursdays ago, we passed through 1 million kilometres of eFreight mileage. Okay, that is no mean feat. People think we are still in deployment. We've got 1 million miles of operation under our belts, under our wheels already, and I'm sure we can add to that across the 3 projects. So another 2 million, was that? Anyone give me more than 2? Jack, would you like to share with us where you guys are at?
Yeah, we've on the Renaults across the board, we're at, I think, 1.2 across the 2 projects we're within, which very grateful for. Just as a reflection, that's 1% of the total Renault Trucks electric vehicles across Europe. That's either a great thing or it means we've got some more to show the other countries what we can do. But yeah, no, a really good number, and certainly being acknowledged as leading the way, certainly from Tractor point of view, everything we're doing.
Thank you. So when someone says, is this real and is it happening? You've now got some very interesting stats from this morning, and there'll be more this afternoon. Thank you.
So good afternoon. Welcome back. Hope we've ordered a nice break and a nice spot of lunch. So we've now got another 3 hours of great sessions and loads of networking to follow up. But before we do that, we have our keynote today. So we have Minister Keir, who's going to provide a short keynote.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you today, and thank you for that very warm introduction. I'm conscious that photograph was taken on my very first day as an MP, and I look a little bit more haggard than I maybe seemed in that photo. But nevertheless, it's a genuine pleasure to be here, and thank you for inviting me to say a few words. It's a pleasure to be with so many thinkers and doers, really, from across this industry, all of whom I know are working together to build a greener future for road freight. Today, we're of course here to celebrate the progress made through the ZEHID programme, progress powered by the shared ambition in this room, progress backed by serious investment, and progress that is helping to set the pace for what comes next. Because the freight and logistics sector is the cornerstone of Britain's economy. Communities across the country rely on you to put goods on shelves, to put medicines in hospitals, and to put food on our tables. And that contribution simply cannot be overstated. But right now, HGVs also account for 16% of UK domestic transport emissions. And we all know that this needs to change, and that it needs to change quickly. This isn't just about meeting our climate change commitments, it's about building a stronger and more resilient freight industry. One that is competitive globally, which is innovative, and which is truly fit for the future. Now, I know that global headwinds have made energy markets increasingly volatile, and this has only been compounded with the recent escalations that we've seen in the Middle East. I believe eHGVs offer a direct route to greater energy security. They reduce our exposure to unpredictable fossil fuel prices and maintaining that steady, reliable flow of goods that Britain depends on. For businesses, the business case is just as compelling. In some cases, these vehicles are cheaper to run and to maintain, offering relief from the cost pressures which I am very alive to and which I know haulage is facing. A better driving experience can also help boost recruitment and retention, whilst quieter vehicles and cleaner air will benefit the communities that you serve every day. So yes, the environmental opportunities do matter. They matter enormously. But eHGVs offer something more than that too. Economic growth, industrial strength, and improved standards for drivers. And this is exactly what the ZEHID programme was designed to deliver. And the results speak for themselves. Over 300 of the heaviest zero-emission HGVs have now been ordered, with over 200 already out on the road and making deliveries. From the electric car transporters up in Sunderland to the first eHGVs rolled out in Shetland, it is safe to say that the electric revolution is well and truly underway, thanks to the ambition of everybody in this room. And the scale of that ambition is clear. Amazon has placed its largest ever order of eHGVs here in the UK, a powerful vote of confidence in the future. But it's not just big business that is leading the way. SMEs like Welch's Transport are powering ahead with the transition too. And what's more, ZEHID's impact is being felt beyond our borders. In recent months, we've seen eHGVs make their first crossings to France, both by ferry and through the Channel Tunnel. These are not only milestones for the programme, but they are proof that this technology can work at scale across distances and across countries. ZEHID is helping to build confidence in the transition, and a big part of that is getting the right infrastructure in the right place. The programme has kick-started a nationwide charging network with 75 locations and over 360 charging bays, either operational or in development. The progress on the ground has been hugely encouraging, and I'm thrilled to see that GridServe has opened the UK's first public eHGV charging hubs in Baldock and Exeter, and I know there are plenty more to come. Fleet has also launched the country's largest commercial charging hub at the Port of Tilbury, and companies like M&S and Royal Mail continue to invest in their depot charging. To help hauliers navigate this growing network, we are launching a ZEHID interactive map. And this will show site locations, the number of bays and the types of chargers on offer, helping operators to find the facilities that best suit their needs. Now, all of this work is helping to tackle the old chicken and egg dilemma head on, making zero-emission freight a practical commercial choice for more and more businesses. And it's really important that we learn from the first movers in this space, and that's why the programme is also collecting data from eHGVs on the road, with insights on performance, energy efficiency and cost now available. By sharing the successes, the setbacks and the solutions, we can build confidence that eHGVs are the right place to invest. And the more operators that see this evidence for themselves, the easier that decision to make the switch becomes. But I also do want to be incredibly clear that government is not blind to the challenges that are on the table. And that's why we're trying to offer a landmark package of support to help people make the switch. You've told us that upfront costs are one of the biggest barriers, and we've listened. And that's why in January, we announced a significant uplift to the plug-in truck grant, with up to £120,000 to support businesses to decarbonise their fleets. And it's why in July, we launched a pilot of the depot charging scheme, supporting operators with the costs of charging infrastructure at these sites. And it has genuinely been great to see the amount of interest that exists in the scheme, and we'll set out further information on this and the plug-in truck grant very soon. You've also raised supply-side regulations, and rightly so. So in January, we launched a consultation on a new regulatory framework, which will underpin our ambition to phase out all non-zero HGVs by 2040. I'd like to thank everyone in the room who is engaged with this, and your input matters in shaping what comes next. I understand that you also need confidence to plan and invest. So our upcoming zero-emission HGV and coach infrastructure strategy is going to be a really important piece of the puzzle in helping to provide this, setting out a clear direction of travel to offer the long-term clarity that industry needs. Now, I know that this journey has not always been an easy one, and I know that more needs to be done to lift the barriers that operators face. But the progress that you have made has been absolutely hard won. I hope you see the shift to zero emission not as a burden on anyone's shoulders, but as a genuine opportunity to work together to strengthen our freight and logistics sector, to drive growth, investment and jobs across the United Kingdom, and to meet the global headwinds we face with confidence and resilience. That is exactly why the ZEHID programme exists, to bring government and industry together, not just to talk about change, but to deliver it. So thank you for meeting this transition with energy and enthusiasm, and thank you for consistently stepping up to the challenge, and thank you for continuing to deliver for Britain. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for that, Minister. And I think building on the back of that, Hitachi Zero Carbon and Jim and a number of other parties are going to talk about eHGV adoption.
Should we start down with one of the mics? Yeah. Does that make sense? Good afternoon. Thank you, Minister, for sharing what the future looked like for us. There's been lots of talk this morning, some really great speeches, discussions about people's ambitions. And what we thought we'd do this afternoon is do a deeper dive into what that TCO might look like for individual organisations. And I'm really grateful to have Tom back on the stage. He was introduced earlier on with the session at the beginning of the day with Angus. We're going to do a deeper dive onto Maritime's journey. And what that means really is we're going to look at the motivations that Maritime have expressed in order to undertake this journey. We're going to pop the lid on where they've got so far, and then do a deeper dive into what their TCO looks like, their total cost of ownership or operations is often called. But we're not going to just look at what the TCO looked like on day one. We're going to look at how that TCO evolves over time. Because one of the key messages that's happened throughout today is that people have learned from doing. And that's probably the biggest message that we want you to go away from today is learn by doing, not by watching. And the room's full of lots of people that have
made that jump and are learning from doing. And it's been inspiring to be around those people. We definitely want to leave some time for Q&A, which is why I'm going to set my clock so I don't rabbit on for too long. So let's start that going now. Grand. Before we wade into us, though, what we're going to do is share some content from some of our partners on ZEHID about their motivations.
Our motivation for supporting this programme and deploying these vehicles this year has been to work with early adopters and evidence that the technology really does work today, and then looking forward, evidencing how these vehicles can prove a positive TCO for operators both now and in the future as well.
We introduced electric HGVs as the next step in our electrification journey. Cutting emissions while providing sustainable logistics doesn't always mean a higher cost.
We couldn't be more grateful to all of the customers for their support and their trust in us to deliver their DAF electric products for the ZEHID consortiums. Thanks.
We're seeing customers all the time asking us about electric solutions for road freight. It's really important to help them meet their Scope 3 decarbonisation goals. So it's fantastic that our new fleet is able to help us build that commercial proposition with customers and deliver what they need.
This has been a huge project. We've worked with many stakeholders from GridServe, Hitachi, Enable and Nissan to come together and design, mitigate and get around issues that would have stopped us delivering this project. This project is now delivered. We have 25 eHGVs on the road.
At Renault Trucks, we're actually seeing more and more customers adopting electric vehicles, and those that have started their journeys are actually anticipating taking more vehicles on in the near future.
At Volloader, we wouldn't dream of doing anything different. Our fleet's been all electric since day one.
We didn't electrify because it looks good on our ESG report. We did it because we wanted to understand what it actually takes, and because it's a massive commercial advantage to control your fuel for the first time in 100 years.
I think it's all about doing the right thing, and as a business that's what we try and do. Also, our customer expects us to be an innovator, and eHGVs are the next thing that we need to get involved in.
Brilliant. Thank you for those that contributed. Yeah, sorry, Chris. Tom said leave that up there for a long time, okay? Well, any longer? Shall I move on, or do it? Let's move on. Right, first point, there's just been so much collaboration across the projects, not just the individual work streams and project leads, but we've got hauliers and partners which are involved in multiple projects. So much information sharing with organisations that would traditionally be in competition with each other. That's another message I hope people take away, which is that there's a huge amount of knowledge within this room from haulier partners that are keen to share that, and long may that can carry on, because it's that collaboration is what's going to get us through this transformation. So we're now going to ask you what you think. So there's been quite a lot of talk about what motivations were. We're going to ask you to zap the QR code. There are a number of answers possible to this question. We're asking you to select 3 of the highest motivations that you think an HGV operator might have to adopt electric vehicles. If you're not an electric vehicle operator, then just put yourself in their shoes. I'm sure most of the people here have had some experience there. While you're doing that, that word cloud over on the right-hand side, we've done 2 rounds of user attitude surveys. This was a word cloud that was generated from a free format question about what do you think are the benefits of electric vehicles. That question was asked of people before the vehicles were introduced to their fleets. And we've distilled it down into a bunch of words there. So be interested to see what you come up with. I also want to point out that you may see something down here which you think is missing. I very much encourage people when we get to the Q&A session to flag those up. It can be a good discussion point. So I'll move on to the next slide where hopefully we can start to see the votes come in. Okay. We'll give it another few minutes, a few seconds even. Interesting customer pulls coming through really strong there. That's a theme that came from this morning. And was discussed quite a bit. Reducing carbon footprint, glad to see that there. We're in a carbon emergency. That's the reason why we're in the room. Reducing cost of operation. we can't be blind to the fact that the operational costs are significant to organisations. We'd be foolish not to. But it is important to recognise that it's not the only motivation at this stage. Any thoughts on that lot, Tom?
Happy to see reduced carbon footprint, obviously featuring so highly, and reduced cost of operation if that's being clicked by people who are actually operating trucks, and that's a great sign, right?
Yeah.
They are actually seeing that they are coming in as cheaper to operate.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Right. Okay, so maybe a slightly different question, the other side of the coin. So how about the barriers? We've talked about some of the barriers already this morning. Some of the hauliers have shared their experiences about DNOs. Let's not spend the whole day DNO bashing, but it is a challenge, and they know it. The total cost of ownership is a challenge. The availability of infrastructure is a challenge. Rather cheekily, when we originally constructed this question set, we had none down there. But I'm not sure how many people have really realistically clicked that one. But if you could run the QR code, again, a word cloud that was generated from our first round of surveys. Interesting. Railways are better, Tom. Railways can be better when using combination. No benefits. There's genuinely a large number of people out there that don't buy into the need for carbon reduction. That's an issue. That's out there in the wild, that people have that attitude. So you can't ignore it. You can't pretend it doesn't exist. Let's see how the votes are coming. Oh, you're getting better at that. Look at the numbers already. Great. Total cost of ownership. Yes. Good. I'm glad that's on there because we're going to be talking about it. And we'll be popping the lid on Maritime's experience of TCO in a little while. Next highest one, complexity of depot charge installation. Absolutely, that was a theme this morning. It is complicated. Hopefully, some of the people that have been on the stage today might help to try and help you understand how you can address that. Some people might even conclude they don't even need to, that actually en route charging and shared charging and the various different shared models out there may be the way that they go. There are organisations out there that are operating the vehicles with no depot charging at all and being successful at doing so. And we're going to look at that up in a little bit as well. Payload limitations, yes, absolutely. It's come up time and time again. For those organisations that are hauling heavy bulk loads, they hit the weight limit on electric vehicles before they hit the weight limit on diesel vehicles because of the weight of batteries. It is an issue. It is something that can be addressed, and it does affect people, and it affects the TCO. And that will be a theme that will come up time and time again. Any comments at all, Tom, on that lot?
I think that the majority results echo my own feelings as well. Total cost of ownership. We know that the costs need to come down across the whole spectrum of the journey. Depot charging is extremely difficult to install it in your own site. It's well worth it, but it's extremely difficult. In the end, payload limitations for us as well. There's a customer who wanted to go full EV with us. We can only move 75% of their cargo. So these are big barriers.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tom. Right, I'm delighted to invite Tom up to the stage. As mentioned before, Deputy CEO of Maritime. He's going to talk about his journey, and then afterwards we're going to pop the lid on the TCO. Tom's an incredibly knowledgeable person. If you haven't spoken to him already, I'd advise you do so. And not only that, he's a great character to chat to, and he's a sharer. So please take advantage of that. Tom?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I'm not sure I deserve that intro, but I appreciate it. So I'll talk a little bit about Maritime Zero and our journey, as Jim said. So Maritime Zero is the zero emission division within maritime transport. But to start with, I'll share my motivations, or Maritime's motivations for change, and just four kind of simple thoughts there. A solutions provider. So our customers view us as a solutions provider. They come with the problems and we've got to give them the solution, otherwise there's no point working with us. We work with a huge variety of businesses, brands that you will know from the high street every day, and others that might move the irregular cargoes, or the invisible stuff that's so integral to what we need every day. So that's a massive part of our motivation for doing it. The other part is we want to be an innovator. And I appreciate up until this point, there isn't a huge amount of innovation in the movement of, or in heavy goods vehicles and the movement of cargo. But this is about embracing new ideas, embracing new technologies. It's about finding the, we talk about how it's a low margin industry. So finding these small efficiencies can have a massive impact on our business and on our customers. Opportunistic, and this is me kind of being very honest. ZEHID was a great opportunity for anyone who was interested in going to zero emission, not just for the financial benefits, but to be put into a room with all these experts that are here today and that are forming part of the wider ZEHID program. Without them, we wouldn't be doing what we are today. And I remember when we first heard about ZEHID, Kate and Sonny, who was at K&N, pitched to us and told us this project. And when they left, we said, we can just do that ourselves, can't we? Why do we need to join this big consortium? Well, more fool us, because we never would have been able to do what we've done today. And so we were opportunistic in seeing the opportunity to work with the best of the best and take some government money, which was very welcome. And then lastly, it's the right thing to do. Up until September 2024, we were a family-owned private business. We employed 4,000 people. We lived and breathed Maritime. My father set it up 25 years ago. We have to do the right thing by our people and by their families. I've got 3 young daughters. I want them to be able to grow up into a better world than we have today. So whilst that might sound a bit wet, it's actually the truth, and we really do believe in it. And just putting a few stats on there, I don't think you can deny that there is an impact, that what we are doing, what we have been doing for hundreds of years is causing an impact to the world. So yeah, 4 kind of thoughts and motivations for us making the change. So those motivations has led us to where we are today, which is up on the screen. And to give some context, so Maritime operate 1,400 diesel vehicles today. We have 78 rail services moving freight around the UK. We operate from 41 depots, and 9 of those are rail terminals. So 56 eHGVs, I make that about 4% of our fleet, and yet it's probably one of the largest, if not the largest, hire and reward electric fleet in the UK today. So with one hand, we've done fantastically well, and what a commitment to go for 56, but what a long way we still have to go. We're involved in 4 projects around zero emissions. So ZEHID is one, and whilst we're very fortunate to be in 3, or the remaining 3 projects, that's one of the things we're doing. And other zero emission projects will include things to do with the energy system. And that's really important to us as we want to be an innovator and find solutions to all the problems, not least the high cost of ownership. And the other thing that is fairly well shown there across 3 points is we are going to have one of, if not the largest, dedicated eHGV charging network in the country. And Sam, this is our map. Everyone, as you said, has a map. This is our one. We're really proud of it. And what you'll notice is RFT, Rail Freight Terminal, next to quite a lot of them. And this really works with our strategy of rail doing the first mile or the long haul from the ports, and our eHGVs doing the first and final mile in and out of these rail terminals. It allows for the sort of high asset utilization. It allows us to hit the mileages we know we need to hit. We get opportunity charging because those trucks are coming in and out of the terminal naturally as they change containers, and that presents an opportunity to get better priced power. So this is a network that we're really proud of. It also gives us energy security, I think, and it's something the Minister said, but by having chargers in our own locations, we're not going to have to interact too many with booking platforms or turning up at third-party sites and there's a queue for chargers. So this is another big strategy of ours. And then to finish, just some insights into what we've experienced. And this is looking at one depot in Wakefield over 8 weeks, and those 8 weeks are January and February. Typically the worst times to buy power, and for the worst engine efficiency. I'm really impressed with what the team have done. 9 vehicles running 58,000 miles. It's more than that now, but at the time of writing it was 58,000 miles, and consuming 140,000 kilowatts of energy. I think it's fairly clear to see that the team have embraced it and are really pushing it, and that's evident in the next line, or the next batch, where you can see how our operations are running those trucks. So we started off as day only, and very quickly the operation realised we needed to work these trucks harder, we need to pull more energy through the charge points. So completing 1,500 miles a week is about 125,000 kilometres per annum, which is great because it's where the R&M packages are with the OEMs. So we know we're kind of within the realms of possibility on the trucks. And we're managing to get an engine efficiency of 1.8 kilowatt hours per mile. So it's about 1.1, 1.2 kilowatts per kilometre, which again, I think is what the OEMs would say is bang on where they would be expected. What's really encouraging for us is this is January, February. So the engine should get better. And whilst the diesel engine will get better in the summer as well, I think the improvement in an electric engine will be much better. And that then leads us on to smart charging and charging in general. So the graph below shows our half-hourly consumption rate in Wakefield. The majority is in the green band, which is great. There's still room for improvement. As you can see, some oranges and reds. But this is crucial for us. And in the 8 weeks that we've been charging in Wakefield, we've reduced our kilowatt hour price by 15%. Now, that might only be a couple of pence in reality, but when we put that across a whole fleet, it can actually be a significant saving. And I guess the last thing there is, since starting, our fuel cost is down 10% on the diesel equivalent, which is brilliant. When you look at what's going on in other parts of the world and oil price volatility, this is going to have a really big impact on our business. Conscious that this is all good stuff, and as Jim said, I'm a sharer, and there is, unfortunately, some bad parts to it. Payload penalty is a real issue. It was great to get a 2-ton derogation on the 4x2s, but when your axle weights haven't changed, you can't really take advantage of it. We move containers, we move about 2,500 to 3,000 shipping containers a day. We can't open those doors. We don't know how that cargo's been loaded, if it's front heavy, back heavy. And what we found in Wakefield in the early deployment was that cargo that we believed was in scope was actually out of scope. And there's so much software on these trucks, the driver's getting a warning saying you're over your axles. You can't just tell your driver, I'll just get on and do it. Stephen, I know would like to, but often you can't. So you're now confronted with something. You cannot take that onto the road because you compromise your operator's license. So we, on that fleet of vehicles in Wakefield, are only pulling 19-ton cargo. And that's a big penalty from the diesel equivalent. The other thing we've found, and it's quite a sensitive topic, is vehicle uptime hasn't been what we expected. And whilst the local dealerships and repair and maintenance kind of colleagues are working really hard, and we're grateful for the sort of the responsiveness, we have seen a lot more VOR than we would have liked. So that's the reality of it. It is early days. Our first vehicles that were deployed are now actually hitting the road every day without problem. But this is something that we all have to be aware of. And now back to Jim for the TCO.
Thank you, Tom. I'll give you a mic because you're going to do something.
Oh, yes, I am, yes, sorry.
Thank you, Tom. I told you he was the sharer. Great. So looking at TCO, total cost of ownership, and some of the carbon benefits as well. A couple of little pointers first. I pointed you at some information we captured via the surveys. We've actually had over 800 anonymous surveys that have come back from our partners. Again, a great testament to the way that our partner organisations have engaged. It's often really hard to run user surveys, but they've grabbed hold of this. These anonymous surveys have told us lots of really useful stuff. Please do look at some of the reports that we produced. There's a lot of information that's shared about those insights. A couple of takeaways. drivers really like electric vehicles. If you want to get drivers on board, and it's really important to get drivers on board, that's been something that's been mentioned time and time again, get them behind the wheel. Interestingly enough, we look at not just whether vehicles are adopted in the fleets, but we also find out how much time each individual driver has been driving them, how regularly. The adoption or the positivity towards electric vehicles is directly related to how much time they spend behind the wheel. And therefore, not too different from electric cars. If you want people to be advocates for them, get them behind the wheel. And the data really supports that. The general principle is that we have seen that once electric vehicles are adopted by fleets, that the advocacy goes up significantly. That's great news as well. There are ongoing concerns about availability of en route charging. There are ongoing concerns about payload. We're not going to pull our punches on that. Those are messages that need to land and are actually not that hard to solve, I don't think, in the grand scheme of things. So it's low-hanging fruit. But please do take a look at the reports. Lots of stuff there that can be shared with you. For the few weeks that Hitachi Zero Carbon are remaining on this phase of the project, you're very welcome to reach out to us. We're happy to share information before we hand the baton over fully to Ricardo. So what else? Everyone loves a map. Everyone likes a heat map. Here's a map. Here's our map. So the left-hand map shows where all the diesel vehicles were that we've been modelling throughout the past 2 years by our fantastic data team. The right-hand map, my left-hand map, shows where the electric ones are. We've had 30 million kilometres of diesel vehicle which has been offered up to us via our partners. It's been fantastic that they've been prepared to share that. And we've had over 2 million kilometres now of electric vehicle mileage distance, which has been captured as well. Through a range of methods, we've built ingestion services for all the major OEM telematics providers that are in there, and a load of third-party telematics providers as well. Our data team have been slicing and dicing that data. What that means is that every minute, on average, we capture information about the instantaneous energy consumption, where that vehicle is, what type of road surface it's on, what the ambient temperature is, what the payload is, and all that great insight can then feed into a massive data lake, which then they just drive out insights. So when we talk about data, what we want to do is talk about the insights. What does it actually tell us? Because that's really what people are in the room here for. What does it mean? So we're going to take a look at that. If you want to look for yourself, there's the 3 reports that were published already. They've been mentioned already. They can be accessed via that QR code. We're about to publish our final report on the 30th of March. That brings all of the final insights together. A lot of the stuff that I'm going to be sharing here will be available in there, and a load of other things as well. Most importantly, what we've got there is stories from all of the hauliers that have been involved in the project so far. Their stories, their motivations, what they've learned. And, they have been honest. They haven't pulled their punches. That's why it's useful. What we're about to do is take a look at some real-world examples of Maritime's total cost of ownership, and I thank them very much for being prepared to share this with you. It's an example of how organisations that would normally guard this kind of information very close to their chest are prepared to share with it for the wider benefit of the population. So I applaud Maritime for doing so. We've run all the numbers through our TCO model. It's free to use. Is it the best model out there? No. Is it better than some? Yeah. A lot of people have got models out there which involve the back of an envelope, some of them which have got incredibly complicated spreadsheets. Ours is designed to answer one simple question, which is, if I buy a new diesel today or a new electric vehicle today, will there be a crossover in terms of the total cost of ownership, and how much carbon might I expect to save? And that's the exam question it's trying to answer. It does that by providing you with lots of different values that you can pull the levers on, and then you can go back round and try and move some of those dials and see what happens to that TCO. And we're going to share some of those today with you. So we're going to start with what parameters we use. So there's a few parameters you can put into the model, not surprisingly. Distance, not surprisingly, is one of them. We're going to pull a few levers on that one. Price of diesel, sadly, that's a lever which is very topical right now, so we're going to be pulling that lever too. What percentage of depot and en route charging might use? Lots of talk about en route charging today, and the recognition that that's what you need in order to be able to extend out your ambitions and your journeys. So it is going to be playing a part. Well, how much you pay for that is obviously topical as well. How much you buy the vehicle for. We've based the electric vehicle based on the market rate of an electric vehicle minus the existing 25,000. We haven't used the ZEHID subsidy, which is significantly better. We're trying to play a straight bat here. How long you own it for, what your gross weight is, and what the terrain type is. And some of those levers we've left as they are. And we're just going to try and change one or two at a time and see what happens. So the first model doesn't work. We don't achieve cost parity. Tom, we called this the Maritime baseline scenario. Would you like to explain what the baseline scenario is?
Yeah, so I think this is probably pre-deployment or early stage of forming ZEHID. This is what we thought we would be at. So the ownership period is 5 years. That's for two reasons. One is Maritime, we try to keep our vehicles turned over. We like to have new vehicles, so roughly 5 years is where our diesel fleet sits at. And ZEHID is 5 years as a project, so that seemed like a good place to start. Annual duty of 100,000 kilometres. As I said, this is pre-deployment, so we were a bit nervous about range. Would we hit the higher mileages, the higher distances? So hence 100,000. £1.10 for a diesel price. That's a typical level for last year and early part of this year. And then depot electricity, 26 pence is where we wanted to be for sort of diesel parity. So again, we put that in there and let the calculator do its business.
Great, thank you, Tom. So the green line shows the total cost of ownership over the 5-year period. The black line is the total cost of ownership of the diesel vehicle. They are getting closer together, but they don't converge. And at the end of 5 years, we estimate that the electric vehicle will have cost about £69,000 more to operate over that 5-year period based on those parameters. Now, everybody's model will be different. Everybody's model is wrong. Let's be honest about models. But, you know, this is based on those 2 million miles of diesel electric vehicle data and some fairly smart data scientists that have done their work. But, you know, I'll put my hands up. The models are always flawed, but it's a good starting point.
And I think the other thing to say is this is not taking the ZEHID subsidy, which we did gratefully have. So thankfully we were a bit closer.
Indeed, indeed. Right, so we've pulled one of the levers now. What we've done is we've turned from 100,000 kilometres to 120,000 kilometres, kept all the other parameters the same. Would you like to explain why we pulled that lever, Tom?
Yeah, so as we got used to driving the trucks, as we were talking to other operators and hearing their experiences, you could clearly see that the trucks are capable of doing more than the 100,000. With the network we were building, range anxiety wasn't going to be a massive part. And we knew we had to double shift the trucks. Even if they weren't going to be doing long haul tramping, they could be worked harder. So a slight tweak, 20,000 kilometres a year, it's not a huge amount, but clearly we can see it makes a difference.
Absolutely. So you can see quite clearly as well, they don't cross over still, but we can see that adding another 20,000 kilometres to the annual mileage brings those lines closer together. So we're going to try another lever. This time, we're going to play around with the electricity price. 20 pence per kilowatt hour, people might say is very ambitious. Would you like to explain, Tom, why we think that's achievable?
Yeah, so this is all about smart charging, taking advantage of the grid, taking advantage of renewables when they're being produced and no one's off taking. A lot of this is not our real experience, but what we've been where we've been talking with our energy providers, our power providers, our optimizers. They think this is a number that we can actually get to with a bit of hard work, with some smart charging, with some opportunities at the right time. They think we can get to this sort of level for a unit of electricity.
Excellent, thank you. And not surprisingly, the green line and the black line get a little bit close together, tantalisingly close. So the next lever we're going to move is the duration. As Tom mentioned originally, they operate their vehicles for 5 years before moving them on. Tom's taken a look at that. Do you want to explain this one for us?
Yeah, so whilst we might want to run them for 5 years, I think, speaking honestly, the price of the trucks means we have to run them for longer. 5 years is just not enough to depreciate those trucks, unless the price comes down or we get disrupted by Chinese vehicles, Tesla, whatever it may be. But yeah, we need to run the trucks for longer, and the trucks are capable of running for more than 5 years. What we don't know is the battery, and so there's lots of important people like Hitachi who are looking at battery degradation and analysing that. But from what we understand today, these trucks can run for a lot longer than 5 years, so we went for 8.
Great. Thank you, Tom. Sadly, the last lever that we're going to pull is the diesel one, and we approach this one with a certain element of intrepidation because the diesel price, as everyone knows, is a really hot topic, and I take no pleasure in showing this slide, but the volatility of diesel is something that we can't ignore. The exposure that people have to markets that they can't control is one which is not recent. We've seen it in the past, we will see it in the future. The fact of the matter is that a 20 pence change in the price of diesel can move the TCO model on this by 2 years. And we're living in that moment now. I hope not for long. As I say, I take no pleasure from this, but Tom.
Yeah, so we met yesterday, and £1.30 per litre is kind of where we are at the minute in the industry. I was talking to others earlier, we're seeing a lot higher in some areas, but if we take an average and we look back at the previous weeks, 130 for the time being is where we think we are, and that's probably going to go up fairly quickly and fairly aggressively. So yeah, it just shows how much of an impact it can have.
Indeed. Thank you. The last slide is of critical importance. So there's lots of talk around the carbon benefit of electric vehicles, and it's certainly true that there's a lot more carbon embedded in the manufacture of electric vehicles. But through operation, they very rapidly turn that around. In this particular instance, we're seeing almost 730,000 tonnes of carbon saved through this use case over its 8 years of operation. That's not including the second life of the battery. And now, if you're very welcome, and I would encourage anyone to do so, to take a look at the model. We're showing the output from this, but actually we've designed it so it's easy to use, but actually all the data science that sits on behind it is really clearly presented. And you're very welcome to reach out to us, challenge us, ask us. You know, we're learning things every day from the data and the model that we're using. But, you know, it is absolutely clear that with the carbon blend on electricity generated on the grid today, you can save significant amounts of carbon. That's not even factoring in using a green electricity tariff or your own generation. So, you know, it is a real thing. I'm going to put on to a couple of closing comments and thoughts just before we open up to Q&As. So the first couple of points is that the TCO crossover point is real and it can happen. And you don't need a massive subsidy in order to do it, but you need to select your use cases. And I think that's been discussed many times already. And eHGVs are delivering significant carbon savings in year one and continue to do so throughout their lifespan. Tom?
Yeah, and then for the following points, you know, Jim's surveys showed that the drivers really like it, and I can vouch for that. Our drivers do really like the HGVs and the whole experience. You know, they do generate discussion, whether it's drivers, whether it's customers, whether it's partners. Everyone wants to see them, touch them, feel them, and understand a little bit more about them. And that's great when it's our customers wanting that interaction with us, because, you know, it is new. People don't fully understand it, and so to be able to deploy a couple of trucks on a customer's supply chain just generates more, you know, positive feedback, which is great for us. And it's good for the brand image. We've capitalised on it by creating Maritime Zero, unashamedly, but it has been really good, and we've got a lot of interest in that brand.
Thank you, Tom. And lastly, a couple of further closing thoughts. So network connections and charger installations can be really expensive. As I mentioned, some people are operating vehicles out there with no installation costs at all. Some people are operating them with 43 kilowatt AC chargers. I'm going to call those slow, and it seems perverse to say that because 10 years ago that would have been a very fast charger, but that's where we are right now. Well, that will allow you to turn a vehicle around overnight with a very low cost charger, probably using the existing energy that's in your building at the moment. Is that going going to solve all your fleet? No. But it is going to get you moving and get you learning. And that's the point. Don't worry about the 30 or 40% of the fleet that you can't do. Think about the ones that you can and start learning. And that's a message that really has come through from today. The reduced payload availability from the government, we've talked about it, it's up there because it's important. And the industry needs support in order to address that. Tom?
Yeah, and for me, a couple of things. Take your teams on the journey with you. I think it's super important to engage in your colleagues, engage with the drivers, let them know, what's going on in the business, because if they're on board, then they're going to be a huge asset to your business. Adapting to new ways of thinking, planning and operating, I think is really important. In the early stages, what we're going to do is effectively try and recreate diesel and the diesel supply chains. But here is an opportunity to change that. Transport today is really difficult. As I keep saying, it's really low margin, and I can keep saying that as well. But we've got the opportunity to change things, to improve things, maybe to make a bit more margin, maybe to change our customers' operational setup, so more drop and swaps, more overnight, more weekend, allows you to run that truck harder. So I think we've got a good opportunity there. As I said on a previous panel, I think collaboration is key. So ask for help, share your experiences, we'll all be better for it, and ultimately make a start. It's better than you think.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you so much for sharing as well. Thank you. So, Simon, I think we've got about 5 minutes. Is that right? Oh, well done. Let's be generous. So, who's got some mics out there? Alistair, would you like to pick somebody?
In the middle. Thanks a lot. That was great. Sorry, Dave Watts from Pelican Electric Trucks. The model you've made is great. Models are all flawed, as you say. They're based on assumptions. But the fact you've done that and you made it available is really good. So thank you for that. Can I ask, though, in terms of the calculations, you obviously got a number of data inputs at the front end. Depreciation and the RV value is key to that TCO element. I didn't see that element as part of the data input. So what assumptions, so if you're putting in a purchase price for the petrol, for the diesel or the electric, what assumptions is the model making about the depreciation?
Residual value is a really hot potato right now. So the residual value that we base of the electric vehicle at the end of the 8 years is £30,000. For the diesel is £10,000. We think that's probably quite conservative, but we don't know what those vehicles will be worth at the end, so we tried to be conservative. What I can say is we developed the model in Power BI, and we've hit the buffers in terms of what we can do with it. We got it out there quickly. I'd like actually to be able to develop a further iteration on another platform and give people the ability to be able to play around with the RV themselves. But, the jury is so out on it. The OEMs range from 0 to something quite a bit more than that. But you're absolutely right to zero net, but it is in the model. And in fact, if you look on the QR code, look into the model, it talks about all the assumptions that are in there, including that. But thank you for asking. I can't choose. This gentleman over here has his hand up quite early.
Did you consider the degradation of the battery in terms of the range, the vehicle range, in your model?
No.
Because the new vehicle range is totally different than 5 years old battery.
It is, absolutely. And no, we didn't. And the reason we didn't is because we don't know the answer to that. And we weren't able to get the answer to that from the people that actually know best at this stage. And not surprisingly, we deliberately capped the maximum distance per year at 150,000 in order to be able to keep mileage at a point where we felt it was reasonable not to expect to replace the battery in that lifespan, within that 8-year lifespan. But we fully accept that if that vehicle was going to go on for longer than 8 years, it may well go through a battery replacement process. The batteries that go in it in 8 years will be totally different. We all know that LFP right now has got so many advantages over some of the other technologies. we're there. I'll probably have an argument with one of my colleagues here, but sodium-ion batteries and other technologies out there are getting close to productionization, and the sorts of distances that they're talking about, those are phenomenal. We have electric cars out there that have done north of 1 million miles on their first battery set and are seeing degradations of around 10%. Is that going to be the same for everybody? We just don't know. As I say, there are assumptions in the model which we know every one of those could be challenged, but it is an important factor. Any questions for Tom?
Don't worry.
Thanks. Yes, a question for Tom, but related to the costs. So there's a bit of a hidden cost with electric vehicle operations in, if you've not coordinated the rest stops and the charge stops, that there's kind of additional driver time built into the system and possibly additional vehicle time. Have you got any insights from your own operations yet on that kind of thing?
So if you'll cast your mind back to our network, our whole strategy and intention is really not to use much third-party or shared hub chargers to operate within our own network. Our trucks typically are on a back-to-base operation at the minute, and so actually we want to be charging when the driver has natural downtime. And it's not just a 45-minute break. There's comfort breaks, there's going and get your paperwork, there's having a chat with your friend, doing your 15-minute walk-around checks. They should all be opportunities to charge. So yeah, we've kind of just really looked at 95% of our charging time should be in a depot where we're in control.
How are we doing for time, Simon? One more, maybe. Oh, wow. Tom, you choose.
Go on then.
Yeah, Tom, you started at the very beginning with motivations for doing this, but it's noticeable that all but one of the main motivations don't really feature in the TCO because they're what I call the total opportunities of ownership. Rather, they're not something you can put a direct cost on very easily. Mm-hmm. Driver retention, fewer sickness days, better air quality in depots, customer pull, all these sorts of things. How are you kind of innovating in the way TCOs are presented so that those wider business benefits, and they're all part of the business case, are kind of, you can talk the language of a CFO rather than just in this is how much we're going to spend on diesel versus electric, this is how much the vehicles cost, and kind of not really going much beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, you'd almost call them softer benefits. They're the sort of the intangible bits almost. So I could spend some time, do some analysis and tell you how much a driver uniform is, how much it costs to train a driver. The fact that when you train one driver, you've then got another driver's wage in the cab with the driver at the same time. We do all these sort of stats. Churn rates for the business, considering we use no agency drivers, so everyone's a full-time employee, we're at about 20-21% driver churn, which is far too high, but actually for 3,000 drivers, I don't think that's bad at all. I think it beats kind of the industry levels. So these are values that we could allocate, for sure we can. And it's probably something we will have to dig deeper in internally, for sure. And when we get towards the end of the programme, it's probably something that we will look to share with Ricardo, with whoever it is that's going to be writing these things. I also think, it's been mentioned a few times, sort of asset values and existing grid against new grid. There's so many different numbers, metrics, KPIs you could add into a TCO or to a business case. And I think that's something that we will look forward to sharing as the project develops. And I think it's crucial that at the end of the project, there is a really good report that goes through all the different items that are not your standard range energy price, because that is all part of this journey. There's so many benefits to it, and you can't actually put a number on a lot of them. I mean, it also makes people feel good. That our drivers are so proud that we are actually taking this on. There are a lot of naysayers as well. There's people who go, I'm never going to drive one of these because I won't get any nights out or overtime. But, there's a lot of people who are very happy with what we've done.
I'm sure there's a few consultants out there in the room that could put some numbers on it, though, if you wanted to. So thank you so much, Tom. It was a pleasure being on stage with you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was really illuminating and really nice to look into into those figures in more detail. So next, we're going to look at the future a bit more, lessons learned and future. So Larry Williams, if you want to come and look after this session, please.
Yeah, come on up. Right, afternoon everyone. So as everyone in this room will be aware, all of the ZEHID consortia have had lots of government money over the last couple of years, and we have all been doing some really interesting things with it. But if the decarbonisation of HGVs is going to be successful and thought of as a success, then it needs to stand on its own 2 feet, and it needs to do that in a commercially successful way as well, without some of the training wheels that the industry currently has at the moment. Rightfully so, because we are at the very infancy of the decarbonisation of the sector. So this session, we are going to look to the future a little bit. Lessons learned and future opportunities is basically what this whole day has been about. But we're going to talk a little bit about how the lessons being learnt now on the ground in the trials can be applied over the coming decades. So while I say that the transition of HGVs towards zero emissions needs to stand on its own 2 feet, this is not solely at the feet of the fleets. It's a whole systems challenge. So it's the fleets, it's the charging infrastructure and service providers, it's vehicle OEMs, policymakers and regulators, and the energy sector all working together and thinking about how the challenge can be met. We at Energy Systems Catapult, the organisation that I'm from, like to talk about this as a whole systems challenge, and we like to think about problems in that way. My role is as the Transport Practice Manager at Energy Systems Catapult, and I've been our project lead for our involvement in the eFreight 2030 project. So we've been applying this whole systems thinking across a variety of themes over the course of the last 2 years. We've been engaging with stakeholders, we've been thinking about business models, how they operate now, how they will need to change in the future, what the whole system will look like in numbers. Models have been mentioned already, and we have a plethora of them, which we've brought to bear on some of these questions, as well as looking into, as our name at Energy Systems might suggest, networks and what it's going to mean for them. So today I'm joined on stage by Ben Catmull from Enged. I've brought you a sacrificial DNO. Be nice. And Dr. Daniela Perdeu from the University of Western England. And they're going to speak to you a little bit about 2 themes later in the session. One, connections, the big knotty question that's been mentioned a lot today. And then the second one, Daniela is going to speak to her work that she's been doing as part of ScotZ, exploring what the transition might mean for a more diverse range of fleets than those who have been on the receiving end of ZEHID funding, so SMEs, and how are they brought along on this journey as well, and what the risks might be there. So Energy Systems Catapult remit within eFreight 2030 has been to drag out from the last couple of years all the learnings that we possibly can to look to the future and understand the levers that can be pulled to make the decarbonisation of HGVs a success. One of the ways in which we've done this is employ our whole systems model called ESME Road Freight and carry out some future scenario analysis on what the market might shape up to be like and what things can be changed to help us get there faster and cheaper for everyone. So looking to what 2050 could be, this is from our core scenario, so operating under sort of business as we know it operations with the phase out in 2035 and 2040 and doing nothing particularly clever with operations or managed charging or batteries. and what that looks like. And this is for the whole of the sector above 3.5 tonnes. So this isn't just looking at the 44-tonne vehicles. What we see and this model is largely driven by total cost of ownership, again, all based around assumptions, and a lot of discussion amongst the consortium, is that electric HGVs are the powertrain of choice at the moment, from the information that we currently have. They are chosen across segments, across use cases, and as you might expect, we see the transition earlier in the smaller segments and really not happening in the larger ones until legislation or incentives come into play. What this is also assuming is a perfect rollout. This is assuming that we can install the infrastructure, we can upgrade the grid, we can get the charging in the ground, we can get the vehicles made and manufactured and in fleets when they are needed. And even so, doing all of those things with this perfect rollout, we still miss the 7th carbon budget that's set out by the CCC. So more needs to be done beyond the business as we know it situation, which is why we were really pleased to see the announcement of the more targeted incentives earlier this year, and would love to see them go beyond March, as we see that those measures needing to be in place for longer than a couple of months. The scale of growth in energy demand, electricity demand specifically, from eHGVs is quite large when you look at it on its own. Out to 2050, 38 terawatt hours of demand could be being added to the system, equating to a potentially 11 gigawatt hour addition to the peak. That's, I think, 25% over what the current peak demand is today. Again, like I said, that's doing nothing clever. That's not employing any of the great innovations that have been spoken about already. Smart charging, employing batteries, solar generation. But it's a real challenge that the energy system is going to have to meet. And in order to do that, that is going to require high levels of coordination and collaboration across all systems and stakeholders, which is why it's great to have such a mix of people in the room here today. But really, ZEHID is just the start of that journey, and we need to think about how we continue it beyond the trials themselves. It's very useful looking at a national scale and what these big scary numbers could be like in the future. But when the rubber hits the road, what that means in terms of deployment, and as you've heard today from lots of the speakers on the stage, is that this actually means individual sites have individual challenges and potentially need individual solutions. So this is from some of our modelling that our teams carried out, looking at sites within ZEHID and looking at their existing electricity usage, which you can see there as that black line at the bottom, and then what might happen when the number of HGVs visiting their sites increases over the coming years. And as you can see, it's a really different picture, and this is why finding ways to support the long-term integration of electric heavy goods vehicles in operations is going to be really key. We've looked into how batteries and solar can be used to mitigate your grid connections, how different types of connections can be beneficial in this space, and Ben will speak to that a little bit more later. It's also a question, as was discussed earlier, around understanding your operations and seeing the benefits that can be borne out there. No one's under any illusions that there aren't remaining challenges in this decarbonisation journey that the sector is going on, and we see it as falling under sort of 3 buckets. Costs has been spoken about extensively today, and they are and will remain a challenge for businesses who I think Tom mentioned are focused on today and their operations and making sure that that works for them and their company. But there needs to be movement in this space. And then later on in this session, you'll hear a little bit more about the infrastructure and grid challenge. The affordable and timely access to power is what will underpin any success in this space. And there's a lot of uncertainty. I think we've heard from some of the questions around how we get there. And really the answer is that that's not going to be possible without communication between sectors that previously haven't really had to speak to each other. And then finally, there's sort of policy and market uncertainty that sort of still is prevalent amongst the sector. And a lot, while ZEHID has been great and there are innovative fleets as part of all of these consortia, that is a very small piece of the pie when it comes to the entirety of the sector. So reaching out to people who have not been part of those the projects is really important to make sure that the learnings can be disseminated and make sure that the answers that are being arrived at are fit for purpose for more than just the fleets that are currently at the forefront of the transition. So this collaboration is a theme that you've heard all through today, and that's going to have to be across a variety of different actions. And these are sort of what's this, 5 bullet points that really of our recommendations that come on the back of 2 years worth of work and analysis and collaboration within eFreight 2030, but also I know that similar work has been going on across all of the other consortia as well. So what I'd like to sort of signpost you to is some of our outputs which have gone live today. There's, I can't remember what the number is, there's about 13 of them up there. We too have our own TCO tool, which is also probably wrong, but in a different way, to Hitachi's. And really encourage you to go and take a look. There's something for everyone there, whether that's fleet operators, whether that's the energy sector, whether that's government. And we're more than happy to answer questions about them as well. This is just the start, as we view it, of bringing together the HGV sector and the energy system and making sure that the transition can work for both. Neither can be successful without the other. And I think one of the biggest learnings that I've taken away from the last 2 years is that while everyone in this room is sort of at the forefront of HGVs and their transition, we are only a small part of the challenge that the energy system is having to meet. We are not the only people looking to electrification to sort of solve all our woes. And in order to be part of that strategic planning, we have to make sure that the needs of the sector are being communicated with the energy system in a way that both can understand. And hopefully that is a little bit about what Ben will speak about. After Ben's session, there'll be some 5 minutes for questions, and then we'll hear from Daniela, 5 minutes for questions for her. I'm not hiding from your questions. I'm just on the panel later, so you can save them until then. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, as Larry says, my name's Ben Cattermole. I'm Head of Transport Decarbonisation at National Grid Electricity Distribution. So it's my role to engage across the transport sector and understand what's changing, how you want to engage with us as a business, what your connections, volumes and sorts and types and capacities look like over the kind of long to medium term, and think about how we can prepare ourselves as a business to ready ourselves for that. But I do that not just for HGVs, not just for road transport, but for all of the different transport sectors. I think you mentioned the need to avoid DNO bashing. Being bashed isn't part of my job description, but yeah, there is some time for Q&A to ask your difficult questions later. So I am going to focus on the connections process, and this is not me saying this is a perfect system or we always get it right. It's just our perspective on how the system is at the moment, and I guess a perspective on how you can make the best of it and what tools are available for you to optimize your connections position. But before we get into that, I'm going to just give a little bit of context to make sure we're all on the same page in terms of who I'm representing, because there's a few different parts to National Grid. We're probably most renowned for being the transmission operator for England and Wales, but I represent the distribution part of the business, which is a separate business. Someone mentioned that kind of being regionally fixed, geographically fixed in scope. I guess we're like the kind of family member that you didn't choose. We're always going to be there, but we are obliged to help you. We have to provide you a quote for connection if you ask us for one, and if you accept that quote, we have to build the quote. It might be expensive and it might take longer than you'd like, but we have to do it. So yeah, we're one of several DNOs, and we cover East and West Midlands, South West England and South Wales. So there are other DNOs. I'm only representing NGED. So there's two main touch points for you as a sector that you might want to think about in terms of your DNO engagement. And one is engaging on your longer term demand. So that's to make sure that we can get our long-term plans right. We can plan for your demand and strategically invest in the network and make sure that there is sufficient capacity on the network. And there's a few different routes for you to engage in that process, including the RESP. So I would say if you're a significant demand customer and you're not engaged in that sort of process, it's worth thinking about becoming engaged in that, because we need to take your long-term demand into account in developing and investing in the network. And then I guess the other key touch point for you is when you actually want a connection, and then you go through that process. And again, I think the message has come through in a few different discussions. Engage as early as you can, and that's worth thinking about. I guess the other touch point is, the other only touch point with us as the DNO is usually if there's a power cut and you want to know when your power's going to come back on, and you'll be on the phone to us. Okay, so there's been discussion today about the queue, and there's a lot in the media about the queue for connections. This concept of a queue, i.e. you're in a kind of chain of people waiting to get connected behind other people who came before you, that really only applies to really big connections at generation and significant demand connections. So it doesn't mean your connection for a smaller demand is always going to be quick and easy, because it might take some time to build your connection, but it doesn't mean you're in a queue behind other people. So most of this sector is going to come in at what we call HV, high voltage level connections. So that's connections up to kind of 7, 8, 9 MVA in size and below. And that's what this data set relates to. So it just shows that if you accept and offer a quotation for a connection in that space, we generally do connect you. In a small minority of cases, it can go on a little while longer. So I think out of that kind of 4,600 that haven't yet been energised, way over 3,000 are in the last kind of 6 months. So they're kind of still in the reasonable time frame for connections. So broadly, we do get you connected. It's the minority of cases that can take longer. This is a little bit more flesh on the bones of the point I was just making. So again, the penultimate row is the kind of most relevant to this segment, the HGV connections. It's the HV connections. And as you come down this table, the general theme is that the costs and the timescale become more unpredictable. They're more specific to your local circumstances, what the network looks like, and how far and how big your connection is. So again, this is kind of what I say to customers who are coming to me and they're struggling with timescale and cost, because timescale and cost is the key issue for customers that I see. So this is broadly how the system works. You as a customer come to us and you tell us how big a connection you want and where that connection should be. And we tell you how long that connection will take and what it's going to cost. And all of those 4 variables are broadly in a relationship with each other. So my advice is, if you're getting an outcome on one of the blue triangles that you don't like, have a think about what you can change on your side, because if you change one thing, it might change the outcome on the other. So again, ideally before you get to us, before you start your conversation with us as the DNO, you could be thinking about what flexibility do I have on size of my connection and cost of location of my connection. And that is going to allow you to have a conversation about different connections options, and you can optioneer between those different options and optimize against all these variables. So the key thing is establish your flexibility on size and location. The other things you can do, if you're getting an answer you don't like on timescale and cost, is think about the non-standard connections products. So you may want 10 MVA, but you may only want 10 MVA in 5 years' time. And if you can establish your ramp-up trajectory for that, you can have what's known as a ramped connection, which means we can build your power slowly over time. So it might take us a few years to get you the 10 MVA, but we can deliver you 1 MVA now. So if you can establish your ramp-up connection, you can start to think about those non-standard connection products. The other things are flexible connections. So do you always need your power 24 hours a day? If you don't, you can think about flexible connections to bring forward your connections timescale. The other thing we can talk about is batteries and generation. I think this has been touched on by other people. But yeah, that's obviously a much more complicated process. It needs much more expertise to think about it. And again, sharing of infrastructure. So that could be your sharing of your connection, or it could be sharing of your charging infrastructure. And with all these, there's a kind of feedback loop to the first one. When you start to think about these different options, what additional flexibility do you have on size and location? Because the way that your quote works is based on thresholds. If you've hit a threshold, you're getting a kind of answer that you don't want. It may be that you've just hit that threshold, you're procuring a piece of network which is actually way too big for you. So you've got actually 10 MVA of capacity, you only need 2 MVA of it. If someone else can partner with you, you can utilize more of that infrastructure. Okay, so what connections customers say to us that they don't like about the process is that it can be a binary process. You ask for a connection of a certain size and we are obliged legally to give you a response to that specific size. We don't know that you've applied for 2 MVA, but you might accept 1.75 because we haven't had that conversation with you. So this set of tools is designed to kind of establish a dialogue with us so that we can get to know your preferences and your flexibility, and we can help you establish the best connections product for you and your available budget. So there's a few different options in there. Connection surgery is just a chat with us. It's a ballpark figure, but then moving into feasibility studies where you could put in 3 different capacity levels, and it's allowing you to probe the network and see where the tipping points are. And again, optimize your position so that when you do submit a firm application request, which costs money, you've got a rough idea about what the answer can be. I think I'm going to wrap up there. So yeah, all of those options are available on our website, and I think I'm going to open the floor to Q&A. Okay. Chris, maybe introduce yourself and yeah, which I know who you are, but.
Chris Ashley from the Road Haulage Association. Larry, excellent presentation, if I may say so, in terms of setting out the landscape of what needs to be done in order to break down these barriers. And I think actually you possibly answered the challenge that Tom Williams gave to the RHA and, if I may, Logistics UK earlier about, overcoming these energy sector issues. My question, you make the plea very eloquently. This is all about collaboration and working together across sector. My question is, who pulls that together, though? And, is this a job for government? Because I observe, my goodness, I've tried, to the best of my ability, and I know others in this room will have done, to work together to, overcome these challenges. And I think what I would observe is there's only so much we can do, and then we come across barriers which fall beyond our immediate remit to solve. And that's when the cracks develop. So who best basically is able to overcome those cracks? It's a bit of a leading question. From my perspective, I think it's the government. Do you agree?
Slightly hijacked Ben's question slot, I noticed. So I'll answer this quickly and maybe we'll get into it in a bit more detail in the panel later. I think there's a role for government in that effort, obviously. But it's not, I think the challenge is that it's not one person's responsibility. It's not one organisation's responsibility. I don't think that the government's role is, and this is my opinion here, is to make everything supremely easy for us. It needs to know and have the voice of the sectors who are going to be involved in the transition. And you see it in lots of different spaces. There are plenty of task forces, councils, whatever you want to call it, that bring together those bodies to answer that question. And yeah, maybe I will go into that in a bit more detail in the panel later. And yeah, someone come up with a hard question for Ben, please.
Maybe I can build on your answer to that one. I think, so in the case of the RESPs, the government has clearly tasked NESO with coordinating those. So that's developing our cross-sector demand trajectory, consensus-based by region. So yeah, the RESPs are being led by NESO. So I think they've got a clear role in coordinating what the demand trajectory looks like from a cross-sector perspective, including HGVs.
Hi there, Tom from Maritime Transport. Can you, in your position as a DNO, kind of matchmake? So we've got a site where we're next to a retail park, and clearly those retail units will be closed at, say, 6 p.m. We've been told the soonest we can get power from sort of natural reinforcement is 2039. But clearly, those retail units are not going to be using power overnight when we typically could be. Because, I mean, in that example, maybe I could knock on the door and ask them, but in areas where there's other operators, I can't imagine they're going to openly say, oh yeah, you know, we want 2 megawatts and we're going to need it at this time. But you're going to be getting all the applications and the conversations. Is that a role that you can take on? And if not, why?
Yeah, I don't know. It's the way the regulations are constructed, it puts us in a kind of reactive position. So if a customer asks for whatever they ask for, we have to quote them for it. And we don't say, oh, but you don't actually need all that power, or you don't actually need that power for 12 hours a day. So can I put you on a flexible contract, which will be cheaper? We just say, here's your quote. So we're kind of obliged to quote for whatever a customer asks for. That's the kind of foundations of the regulation. If we start messing with what a customer wants, it puts us at risk for not meeting our license obligations. But I think there is scope in terms of innovation, and it's something we are looking at. I think we're leading an innovation project to look at kind of cost-sharing arrangements, which doesn't exactly tackle the issue that you're talking about, but where we've got clusters of customers who might benefit from sharing network infrastructure, we're looking at kind of doing that. But yeah, we are a bit constrained. Am I getting off lightly?
Thank you very much, Ben. Yeah. So now we have Dr. Daniela Adeu, who's going to talk to us a little bit about her work on ScotZ.
Hi, I'm a bit short, but I think you can hear me, right? Yes. Because they told me I can see, actually I'm too short to see, but it's okay, it's fine. I set my timer. Hello everyone. So my presentation is going to be a bit different. First of all, because my project is not funded by Innovate UK, it's funded by Transport Scotland and is looking at not the technology, but the human component of the system at the workforce. And what we are doing is trying to see what kind of skills are needed to actually enable the transition, what kind of jobs and roles are needed to drive this transition apart from the technology component. So what kind of characteristics does the workforce need to have? And I'd like to just start with a small example. Imagine a small company, an SME with 5 trucks. Is a business, is a family business, and actually the owner drives one of the trucks. Now, they need to replace a truck next year, and the industry is telling them, you have to go electric. This is the future. But actually, an electric truck is 2 to 4 times more expensive than a diesel truck, and the company wouldn't buy a new diesel truck anyways. They would buy probably a second-hand truck or a third-hand truck. So that's not something they can actually afford. And then all the questions about what about maintenance, and what if the truck is broken and we need to repair it? What about technicians? Do we have the right skills, the right people there to actually repair these trucks? and all the uncertainty about the grid and the performance of the track. So the situation for these small companies is very different from what we heard today about the larger operators, when for them could be a nice innovation experiment. For an SME, it might be a survival question. So it's not about should I buy a new electric truck? The question for them might be, will I survive the transition? Will my business survive the transition? So we found that actually when we look at the conversation, most of the people involved in the conversation are the larger operators, truck manufacturers. We hear a lot about batteries, the grid, and large logistics operators. But actually, 90% of the operators are SMEs or micro companies. They own less than 10 trucks, and 40% of them operate just one truck. So it's very fragmented, and we have many of them. So this is the reality. And they are not involved in the conversation. They haven't been involved in the conversation so far. They represent, I call them, the invisible majority of the operations. And so what we found is that maybe we should recognize that we need to actually look at the human component as well of the system, because otherwise we risk to have a fantastic innovation project that works very well, but then it struggles when it gets to reality and real operations. What we found with our ScotZ project is that of course, a confirmation that the sector is very fragmented. So we have many SMEs. They work on very, very thin margins, and they can't afford to buy an electric truck. It might be a survival decision for them, actually, to transition to net zero. And we found, actually, that most SMEs don't even understand what net zero means. They don't know what it means to actually move to net zero. They are planning for today's operations. They can't even plan for the next day or next week. So it's kind of a very different reality from larger businesses when they have a more predictable schedule than the SMEs. But we also have to recognize that many larger logistics operators, they rely on these SMEs because freight is very subcontracted. What are the main barriers that we found? Well, policy uncertainty. I am glad to of the words the minister said about the funding, actually, which is going to be very helpful. But that's not just the only problem. The problem we found is that some of these companies might struggle also to operate the electric trucks because they really need flexibility in the types of operations that they do. And one of our stakeholders said, oh, maybe you can just find an SME that works on battery electric trucks. But actually, that might mean that you're asking companies to exit the market just because they can't afford the risk to invest in an electric truck and to rely on an electric truck for the types of operations that they run. Skills and operational readiness is another major barrier. It's not just about the drivers, it's also about the technicians, people involved in repair and maintenance, people involved in energy management, planning, depot management, and we should look at all the skills that are actually required to operate these trucks. And we have a lot of workforce pressure as well. So we have an aging population of drivers, 55 plus years old, who don't understand what net zero means, and they think that maybe they will be retired by the time this will be a thing, like a requirement. So they don't really care too much about what's going on at the moment because they need to worry for what's happening tomorrow with their business. So without people, the transition stalls. We're not actually getting a transition. And the risk is that we can get a two-tier transition with larger operators able to afford the risk and small and medium enterprises actually struggling to comply with the requirements. So we have this big difference between the larger operators who have their own sustainability teams, training capacity, all the commitments with Scope 3 reporting for their contracts with the retailers. And then on the other side, the SMEs who work on very short-term cash flows, high investment uncertainty on their side, and also lack of training capacity and skills, especially on the transition side and zero-emission vehicles. why am I saying that the transition fails without the SMEs? So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that the technology is a bad thing. Actually, we need the technology. This is a good thing. What I'm saying is that we should involve also the smaller operators into the conversation, and we should try to understand what their needs and expectations are and how they can be more engaged in the discussion. As I said, the freight system is a subcontracting system, so we have larger operators subcontracting many of the operations run for the deliveries. So the small and medium enterprises or the micro companies, which is actually the reality, so these very small businesses, they are the ones who run the deliveries and deliver the goods to us. So if we have the best electric truck that performs very, very well, even if this is developing very well in terms of performance, and if we have the best grid in place, it might mean that we're still not getting there just because 90% of the companies, 90% of the operators cannot actually move towards net zero. And therefore, this is no longer a decarbonisation problem. The risk is not just we might not get to transition to net zero. The risk might be that we're going to have a resilience problem in the supply chain. So it's not about reducing carbon emissions from freight, it's getting the food at the supermarket, at the medicines at the pharmacies, and all the essential goods we need. So this is why it's very important to actually engage with the smaller operators that are involved in the final bit, in the delivery, actually in the operations. What happens if SMEs are not involved and they cannot transition? Well, adoption slows. Some of the companies might adopt the electric trucks, some others might exit the market. So this is just reinforcing my point about this might become a resilience problem, not just a transition problem. And therefore, it's very important to understand that they are a key component of the discussion and the conversation towards net zero. So I've got some, like a call to action from me to everyone here, like the policymakers, the larger operators, the manufacturers, people involved in energy. I think we should stop talking only about technology. As I said, technology is important. I'm not saying we shouldn't talk about it. I'm just saying that we should also look at the human components of the system, and we should involve the drivers, the planners, all the people involved, so the humans involved in our freight system that makes the freight system work. Build transition conditions, not just transition products. And this is also about contracts, is about collaboration between the larger operators and the smaller operators, but also between the smaller operators and the other parts of the system. Bring SMEs into the conversation. Is not just about for the larger operators to be involved. Of course, they are important. You are, but you all know that actually many larger operators rely on the SMEs to deliver the operation. So it's important to actually bring them at the table. Invest in skills. Again, it's not just about driving an electric truck. It's also creating the electric truck. So it's important for the manufacturers in terms of engineering, but also people involved in technical jobs like the mechanics. We have a shortage with the mechanics. We have very little skills on the mechanics side of it as well at the moment, especially in Scotland. So this becomes a very important problem if we need to actually look at maintenance, for example. And then design for a just transition, because if we sleepwalk into a two-tier system where we have larger operator transitioning while the slower one are actually exiting the market, we lose the freight capacity we depend on. So the question is, maybe most of you came here today asking, oh, do we have an electric truck that works very well? So we will have electric trucks ready anytime soon. This is an important question, but I think we should also realize that we need to ask another question, which is, when will the freight system be ready for people to use them? When will be the freight system ready for people to operate these trucks? And how can we bring everyone into the conversation? Because if SMEs cannot transition, neither can freight and neither can the UK economy. Thank you.
Are we okay for time? Okay, couple of questions. Any questions for Daniela?
Sorry, being a bit provocative, but I thought it was nice to shake a bit the waters.
Hello, Daniela. That was very good. I'm really interested in this SME piece because often we think of them as subcontractors to haulage companies, but actually a huge amount of those small vehicle operators are actually restricted O licence holders, and they don't identify with logistics. And they really, I think we've got an issue with the SMEs that are involved with standard national licenses, but also we've got an even bigger issue with those that are unrestricted own account operators who don't see themselves part of the freight ecosystem. Has your research looked in specifically at those own account operators?
No, it hasn't. So the research was actually looking more into skills and diversity in the workforce. So how can we attract, considering the aging population, how can we attract more female drivers or more younger people into the job? And then we found out this aspect that was related to the SMEs and all the issues of subcontracting and how can we actually deliver the net zero if these people are not involved. So no, that's not part of our project. But I think it's very interesting also to, it's a bit hidden, it's the hidden part of freight, but it's actually the part that is making supply chains work because the deliveries are actually made by all of these very fragmented companies and very small companies.
Chris Ashley again from the RHA, representative of the SME. My question, I think, to you is, and I didn't see it in your presentation, to what extent have you factored in the second-hand market here and the ability of the SMEs to acquire from the second-hand market? Because that's been the clear ask of our members, of the smaller operators, is they're essentially looking to replicate the model that happens in diesel at the moment. So that's my question, I guess, which is to what extent have you factored in the second-hand market and how that can be developed? And then just a comment, your point, though, about preparing the industry, including the SMEs, I think is very well made. That, you know, no one can start too soon on that. That's certainly what we're about at the RHA. But yeah, it's just back to that second-hand market point. To what extent, you know, have you factored that into your considerations?
No. Quick question, quick answer. What we found is that actually the SMEs, so these micro companies, even though we call them SMEs, but they are defined as micro company because it's just, we're talking about less than 5 people in most cases. They tend not to buy new diesel trucks. So it becomes quite important to understand when second-hand electric trucks will be available or third-hand electric trucks will be available, and whether at that time we will still have drivers on the road to actually drive them because of the aging population of the drivers. We haven't considered when in time they will be available and accessible to them, and but I think it's going to be a major issue. I mean, now we heard that there will be funding available to buy a new electric truck, but it's not just about the cost of investment that we found was a major barrier. It was also the lack of flexibility with the operations, the fact that they can't know what's happening in 2 days. They know only what's happening tomorrow in terms of contracts in most cases. So it becomes also an issue. We have the financial issue at the beginning, the investment, but also the flexibility that is more constrained with the electric trucks. We talked a lot about the payload and the uncertainty about what you can actually carry on the vehicle today. That becomes a serious issue in terms of operations for those businesses that cannot plan ahead, and they have a very diverse type of request every day, and they need to be flexible and adapt to that. We found actually that one of the companies we interviewed, which is not so small, they have about 80 trucks, but they work on very flexible services. They said, we will have to close the business tomorrow if they ask us to move to electric trucks, just because we can't afford to offer that kind of service. It's not something we can do. So it's a problem, and we're not talking about these problems that are more operational and that the smaller operators cannot afford actually to experiment. So it doesn't really respond to your question.
Hi, Daniela. One from me as well over here. A really good presentation, thought-provoking. I guess a comment I'd make is, and at risk of being a large operator hijacking an SME conversation, a lot of the things you ask for, we ask for. longer contracts, for example, we don't get them. But we are still subject to 120-day payment terms from customers. We pay our subcontractors weekly. We buy our fuel weekly. So actually, a lot of the issues for the SME is actually the issue for the medium and the large operator too. So one thing I think this project will be good at doing, though, is opening our charge hubs for everyone. And we use subcontractors, and we want them to be charging in our facilities. If you work for us, you can charge in our facilities. So I think large operators are making a big effort with the SMEs. But I would say there's how much expectation are we putting on the SME to be at the bleeding edge of the transition? It's taken us a bit of time to get involved. I wouldn't expect sort of very low margin, uncertain businesses to make that transition while we're still in the very early days. Is that an unfair expectation on them, do you think?
We have discussed in our project also the role of larger operators to support the SMEs to transition. So what kind of role do they have? And we found that they have definitely a major role because they have a direct contact with them, and they can actually define the type of service that they will be offering with, like the subcontracting services. I think it's difficult to engage with the SMEs. We struggled ourselves within the project to engage with the SMEs just because they are just thinking of what's happening tomorrow. So it's very difficult to actually do long-term plans with them. And in most cases, you're talking about longer contracts, but in some cases from other companies, I heard that actually is much more flexible also in terms of types of contract that they can offer. I think larger operators have a key role. I don't think it's the sole responsibility of larger operators to help the SMEs to transition. But because you help your retailers also to deal with their Scope 3 emissions, I think it would be fair to engage the broader ecosystem. So looking at how do you engage with the retailers? Can you ask for more flexibility in terms of services, considering that you're helping them achieving their sustainability objectives? And then we talked about the government. I think the government has a strong role here, actually, in terms of understanding. It's not the only one who's got the responsibility, but I think we need someone to be able to manage the ecosystem in a way that works for everyone and is fair for everyone, because the risk is that someone will be completely excluded from the transition. And it's not just an equity problem. At that point, it becomes a resilience problem, and therefore the larger operators won't be able to actually deliver the operations they need to do through the subcontracting, and people won't be able to access what they need in terms of end consumers. So yeah, it's not the responsibility of one person only or one group only, but I think larger operators play a big role in engaging with the SMEs and helping them understand at least what this means.
Thank you very much. And thank you everyone for your attention. And I think it's time for a break.
Focus has been on push, such as Vecto and such as end of sale dates. However, I think to really accelerate now the adoption of eHGVs, more pull factors such as looking at the cost of electricity and other influences that will make it a no-brainer for operators to shift to electric HGVs.
Amending legislation to allow for higher weight limits for eHGVs to compensate for battery weight will increase payload, capacity and revenue.
To accelerate our electric HGV adoption, we need faster grid connections, high capacity charging to meet our net zero 2035 ambition.
to increase eHGV adoption, we'd like to see changes to legislation around weights and dimensions, and we also need to see more transparency in grid connections and energy prices.
To support our model, infrastructure is key. We have a fantastic asset here in the Nissan Charge Yard, but need charge infrastructure nationally. Houston Logistics UK provide Nissan with charge capability at their Leeds and Derby site, which provide the backbone for our UK logistics flows.
And for us, it was about getting trucks on the road, in numbers, in real-world operations, proving electric trucks can work.
At Voltloader, we believe that legislative change around the weights and measures for electric vehicles is critical to bring more of an even playing field versus diesel.
We need to see urgent changes to weights and dimensions legislation to ensure that operators at the heavier end of the market can make that move to electric trucks without compromising on payload.
If we want more operators to go electric, we need to make it easier to get grid connections into those depots. After that, everything else is solvable.
We'll end on a good note. Everything else is solvable. So this next session is going to be a little bit about the future. So what zero emission HGV is going to look like in the future. And to aid this, we have got an absolutely fantastic panel. Unfortunately, Dan has had to run off to get a train, so he won't be on the panel. But if I can invite the rest of the panelists up, please. It's not that scripted, so sometimes you see on panels, it's all scripted. This is not scripted at all, so this should be quite a fun conversation. And there's a few new faces on the panel. Obviously seen Larry today, but Amy and Chris you have not seen, or you might have seen, but you haven't seen on stage. So if I could ask, to go in order, just a very quick fire, one thing, quick introduction, and then one thing that you would change today to help zero emissions in the future. And don't say more money.
Oh, am I going first? Okay. I'm Laurie Williams. You've seen me before, practice manager for Transport and Energy Systems Catapult. One thing I would change today, and it can't be money. I think it would be like if I could click my fingers and make sure that every charging service provider, any fleet operator wanting to install charge points knew exactly who to speak to at a network.
Great, thank you. Chris?
Chris Welch, Managing Director for Welch's Transport. We're a good old-fashioned multi-generational road freight operator. One thing I'm going to say, knowledge transfer. I wish today that everyone, especially operators, knew, for instance, what we know. So had understood the roadmap, understood the direction of travel, had confidence in what's coming next. Weights and dims was the easy answer.
We like knowledge transfer. And Amy.
Hi, Amy Cartier, DAF Trucks UK. So my job is EV Operations Manager, so I'm sort of part fleet after sales manager and part operations, so a little bit of everything, just making sure our dealers and customers are looked after. The one thing I'd change, probably something we've heard quite a few things today around the same sort of field, but it's the weights and measures, because we drive past 44-ton trucks on the roads with foreign plates every day, and it's a disadvantage, and it's difficult for us to play on that playing field when it's not quite equal.
Okay, thank you. And then what I will say is we will open this up to Q&A from you, so you can always feel part of the panel as well later to add a bit more chaos. So Amy, staying with you then. So as an OEM, it'd be really interesting to see what you're doing in the future to prep for like what you're producing in like 2028. Like what are your plans? How are you supporting the customers in their journey going forward?
It's a good question. So we've just launched a series of new variants to our trucks. So we've now brought our biggest cab to market now. So we have XG and XG Plus available in electric versions. 6x2 tractor units, 6x2 rigids, and 8x2 now as well available to market. So we're really extending our electric range, so it almost mirrors the diesel range now. So we had some gaps before, so things like tippers were quite difficult in the electric space, to be fair. So now we have options that can make that type of build viable. So yeah, really it's just kind of opening up the model range to make it sort of more sort of, friendly to our clients across multiple different parts of the business. But also things like looking at future technologies. I'm not allowed to say what's going on with that at the moment, but it's not hydrogen. So not just yet anyway, not just yet. But it might be in the future, we don't know. I think one thing I would say based on what I've heard today, and I agree completely, is there is no one-size-fits-all solution. This is not like the diesel space where we've had one fuel for several decades now, and we need to look at what fits what particular part of what we're going to be doing. So there's going to be multiple solutions for multiple different parts of the transport industry.
Great. And on the special bit that you talked about, is that like really new battery tech, or are you just improving your integration, or is it?
I can't say.
Okay.
Because quite honest, I don't know. I don't know what's coming down the pipe for us. I think our next major updates are probably going to be beyond 2028, I would think, at this point in time. At the moment, it's about making sure the product is reliable and right for the customer and does what it should do. That's our job now, to get that perfect. Or as close to perfect as we can, of course. I think going forwards, we're going to see different battery chemistries, but I think it's going to be quite a long time before we see that in the mainstream. I think, sodium ion's been mentioned, tungsten electrodes as well. There's a lot of new tech coming, but I don't think it's round the corner. I think it's few years off yet.
Great, thank you. And Chris, you've obviously had quite a lot of experience of operating electric HGVs, about 3 years, I think. Is that right?
Was that a question? Yes. So sorry for those that don't know what we get up to. So yeah, we've been. I suppose it comes on to what we've discussed today. We're probably 4 or 5 years into this journey. It's a long old slog for those operators in the room. It's an exciting slog, but it is a long old slog. We've had electric vehicles on the road for 3 years. We're now up to 5, and by the summer we'll be tickling the 10% of our fleet mark, which is no mean feat in a multi-generational, low margin, all the other negative things that have been said today about our industry. 3 years, to answer your question.
I mean, that was a very direct answer. 3 years, yeah, 3 years. And looking at that journey you've had so far, what would you kind of tell an operator going into the future? And what do you think needs to change going forward? You've obviously experienced a lot of that, those early years, which are hard because there wasn't a lot of electric trucks 3 years ago in the heavier market.
There's so many avenues for that. So first one and utmost, again, it's been spoken today, infrastructure, connectivity. Nothing is going to happen for the next 5 to 10, 15, 20, 25 years without a good connection into your depot or a shared depot or some form of charging infrastructure. So get on that journey. We're lucky enough to be putting 2 of the ZEHID Volt Tempo charging hubs in our depot. One of them has been stagnant through no fault of the consortium for 6 months due to legals. That was something that we did not see coming. We even have got a friendly IDNO that's done all their bit. And this is a freehold property as well. So there's things that you will not understand can happen that will happen. That being said, we've had a 150 kilowatt charger in the ground for 4 years because I was greedy and needed to charge my car. And that now, with 2 points of connection, charges 5 eHGVs every night in our Cambridge depot. So you get on the road and then you'll get to the point where you can't do any more. So I've got 3 on order, and if those 3 turn up before the infrastructure's in the ground, I've got 3 stranded assets in a business that buys them outright, and I'll get told off by my father for taking the risk. And it's everything else that goes with it. We've discussed about staff engagement and making it your mantra. It's core to our business. I get soundbited a lot because I've deemed it to be my tenure as head of my family business to make decarbonisation and electrification, I'll say it's electrification, my jam, my thing. But I have brought all my staff along with me, and they can recite what I will recite up here right now. I do have, for those who know me, a Jamie Sands. Jamie, if you don't know him, you need to know him. Anything you don't know about what's going on, he knows. But it's, if I'm being big-headed, it was a decision by a business to have Jamie Sands. I could have a compliance manager, I could have a health and safety manager, I could have many other managers, but I chose to have a head of solutions and a person looking at what's happening next. The list goes on, but I won't take up Larry's time.
Yeah, and we've got to be a bit careful around the health and safety managers. We understand that from earlier. So, Larry, touching upon like V2X, it's been talked about a few times. So do you think that has a substantial role for HGVs, or is the logistics a hard sector for V2X? What do you think?
That's an interesting question. And V2G in the sort of light vehicle space is what the very first project I ever did at the Energy Systems Catapult was based around. And I think that there is a strong emphasis on the flexibility that light vehicles can bring to the future system. I think that if you look into some of the modelling analysis that's been done in light vehicles, there's a whole host that can be done before you need to get to V2G or V2X, and because it becomes a whole lot more complicated when you take to that step. We did a little bit of work looking at what it could mean within the HGV sector, and like if you're doing sort of like back of the fag packet maths, you're like, oh, great, there's loads that can be done here if you look at the size of the batteries and where they're sitting. What that means for operators makes the question so much more challenging. And before you even get to any of the markets or enabling factors that need to be in place, I think what it requires is what ZEHID is doing for getting electric HGVs into fleets. And it needs demonstrators, and it needs to be understood in real world operations. There are this next space of what smart charging V2G, V2X can offer the grid, because that's really what it is. Potentially it's for fleets as well, if you're talking about like revenues, but that's a real unknown at the moment. Really the proposition is to the benefits of the networks at the moment. That's why the discussion is there, is because they want to be able to get you connected quicker and not have as big a problem to deal with. But that isn't known yet. But exploring the art of the possible is something that's coming up next. So we're involved in a project with Voltempo again, and Tom at Maritime, Voltloader, UKPN and Beringa, looking into what some of these smart energy management systems can offer the fleets and the networks. And that's funded through the Strategic Innovation Fund from Ofgem. So really excited to see what that project can bring out. I remain a little skeptical in terms of the like longevity of what flexibility from HGVs can offer the system, because I think maybe it was a conversation with Tom a while back around while you've got not very many eHGVs in your fleet, you could maybe benefit from revenue stream from V2G or something like that, because you can take the hit and have a vehicle sat there not moving around, and that business case works. Once you've got a larger eHGV fleet and you're relying on that for the majority of your operations, I think the window of opportunity maybe closes. So then the challenge is back to the networks.
Yeah, thank you. And then from a depot, this is going to probably to all of you really, actually, like private wire. So is that a solution that you've heard your customers talk about, or you've looked at, or you think might be worthwhile investigating? Large solar farms, private wire direct into depots?
I think it will definitely play a part in the future. I think a lot of our customers are looking at microgrid solutions, and solar plays a huge part in that solution itself, as well as storage batteries. So yeah, it's definitely something that's got legs to explore in the future. Absolutely.
I was having an interesting conversation with some new age energy providers, shall we call them. I'm currently with British Gas, as per my father's requirement. I love him, really. And it was an interesting one because one of these providers that we were talking to can, in effect, take the solar off my roof in my Cambridge depot and feed it into my charging hub in my Bedford depot and connect the two together. There's a lot more people in this room that understand that better than I do, but in effect I sell it to my own business. So whereas some of us might have feeding tariffs paying 3-4p, this was a solution that worked without me having to pay a lot of money for a battery. We've always deemed it the fact that we couldn't extend our solar array estate that we have in our depots because of the utilisation that just disappears into the grid because we're not using it. We're using it all at night. So if we wanted to make it work free, if I was thinking about this Sunday night, if we wanted that to work, I would need a 0.5 megawatt battery. But apparently now there's solutions out there where that isn't a requirement, which was really interesting. They're creating their own marketplaces, shall we say, for the local environment. Like we were even discussing connecting with our customers, so our customers feed us their energy that then goes in vehicles that are contracted to their contract, but it's not connected through a wire. It was some really cutting edge, interesting stuff.
Interesting.
And I think this is where getting to know your neighbours or the cluster in which you find yourself really comes into play. It's not, as I mentioned earlier, HGVs aren't the only thing that are trying to decarbonise. Lots of people are trying to take those steps, and whether that's installing generation or big solar farms or whatever it may be, if you are purely focused on your operation and your fleet today, understandably it's your business, people's jobs are on the line because of that, but keeping an eye out into what is happening around you in spaces and with partners who you may not historically have had relationships with, it's where you can unlock some of those possibilities, private wire being one of those.
Very interesting, yeah. So, because it does feel like there's an opportunity where you do deal with the grid challenges, where there are some. So what we're going to do is open to the audience for 5 minutes. So have you got any questions for our panel? Dom has one.
Hello. Oh, that's better. Hi, I'm Dominic Schofield from Cenex. Hello again. I wanted to sort of open up the debate to include customers. Jim put his slide with the poll on the screen during the earlier presentation, and I noted at the time that the second highest pull factor for people in the room was customer pull. But it was never mentioned. And so I thought it would be interesting to... my thought then was, well, what does that look like? Is it B2B? Is it freight buyers? Is it B2C? Is it consumers asking for low carbon options? And so just as two quick addendums to the question, one was we've obviously got the HGV CO2 consultation happening, closes tonight. And I've been talking to lots of other stakeholders whilst preparing submissions for that. And the question of a possible fleet mandate came up, which has been there have been mixed opinions about that. But one of the suggestions that I've seen from a number of stakeholders was that actually it should be a mandate on freight buyers. And I thought that was a very interesting suggestion. So I chucked that out there. The other thing is that buyers of freight often have fuel price adjustments. So that now, if you've got that for diesel but you haven't got it for electric, surely that's a bit of a problem because we have a fuel price spike like now with this war going on, but actually, that fuel price increase is just being passed on by hauliers straight to their customers under contract. So again, it's about the relationship with the customer and how that affects all of this.
If I can go a little bit at the start of that, is that from the very outset of eFreight 2030, one of our core deliverables, things we were trying to do, was increase that stakeholder engagement that was going on beyond just the fleet operators themselves, into landlords, insurers, local authorities, whoever it may be, and customers were always part of that list. Customers were the people that it was hardest to get in front of. There have been excellent examples of collaboration across ZEHID and eFreight in particular, because that's the project that I know about, but it is still a commercial
business, a commercial landscape. So even as a organisation with no skin in the game, I'm not going to try and sell you any logistics services. Getting time with customers to engage in that conversation was a real challenge. But it is absolutely, whenever you have conversations with any of the fleet operators, and Chris, you can probably speak to this, it's the thing that is needed in order for change to happen, alongside government direction and all the rest of it. So it is, I think, the whole in some of the work that has gone on so far in ZEHID, and they're the people that need to be brought along on the journey, especially if there's going to be this expectations for their scope 3 emissions and things like that as well. So it's a completely valid point, but I think it's one that's been quite challenging to get a broad picture of so far, in my experience.
So I'll just paint a picture of what has happened in our business. And again, this is a 4 or 5 year journey, as I've said. So this is the future, hopefully, of operators that are looking at it for now. We have seen, since COVID, probably between -2 and 2% growth in our business over the past 5-6 years, because, again, it's the industry we're in. Last year, we saw a 13% increase in revenue, directly off the back of decarbonisation, off the back of what we're doing with ZEHID, the back of all of what we're doing. That growth came from strangely, 50% existing customers, and I'm talking about my biggest customers, multi-million-pound contracts that they, in effect, doubled down on us with, and similar brand new customers, all citing that it was because of our outlook on what is going on in the future of freight that they went with us, plus our great customer service that they're already getting. None of them took the green mile solution, shall we say. They went with us because they knew we could facilitate the green mile solution. So that comes into an operator's operating model and TCO modelling and how they run their business at the end of the day. We do have 2 customers that pay for the green mile premium, and we chat about it, and it's great. The rest of them don't. However, I trust everyone in this room, so I'm going to say what we actually do. We run a shared user system. So for those who are not an operator, we don't run lanes. We don't really run contract vehicles. We have a massive pool of vehicles, and all our freight just spills into it, and we figure out today what we're going to do tomorrow, and then we have subcontractors in our pallet networks, and that's how we manage volume. All my customers, for all my freight, for all my vehicles, pay a fuel surcharge. The fact that 10% of my fleet is electric does not come into that conversation. So again, we look at market dynamics which have happened in the past couple of weeks. We bunker fuel. We buy a lot of fuel. I paid high £1.40s for bunkered fuel, for bulk buy spot hire fuel last week. The 2 weeks previous, I bought it at 108. My fuel surcharge mechanism escalator will hit 20% next month, because we readjust it monthly, and I was nice to my customers and didn't do a mid-month adjustment. And they actually thanked me for that. But that means, and as Tom had and Hitachi had on their lovely analysis earlier for TCO modelling of vehicles, I am now, in effect, going to get paid 20% more for using my electric vehicles that have cost me no more today than they did last week, that they will next month. So there's other ways to come at this, and then thinking that I've got 2 very 5, 6, 7, 10, 54 in Tom's case, very expensive assets. I've just got a percentage of my fleet that costs less to run. So that's how we are mitigating this. I'm growing my fleet based on the fact that I'm protecting my cost base.
Thank you. That's a really interesting answer. And now everyone can go and take that idea away. Amy, have you got anything to add from customer pool?
To be honest, I can't follow that. I mean, I think Chris just framed it perfectly, and Larry too. So yeah, I don't have anything to add to that one really.
Great. So we'll take one more question, because I know we've got a very, very keen fireside chat to come to finish us off. So at the back.
Abigail Dombey, Shore and Port. A very quick question, and it may have been answered earlier while I was out briefly, but is there any reason why we didn't have any women on any of the panels until just now?
Yeah, so I completely agree. Diversity is really, really key. If you look at the overall the audience in general, and in the sector, it's about, what is it, 80-20, I think, and we need to do better at that. There were some females invited, but couldn't make it for a variety of reasons at the earlier sessions. And that's why it was so imbalanced. And I think, Isabella, you wanted to add as well?
Yeah, I was just going to say more generally on ZEHID, one of the original competition requirements we always had was around looking at ED&I and how that can be supported in the wider sector. So all of the projects to some extent have done some work in that space. Appreciate, obviously, the panel mix has been a little bit less diverse today, but there's a few things to call out. For example, Hitachi have been doing some great work on the Female Talent Initiative, which has been supporting young innovators, young career professionals to enter the logistics industry, and a few other pieces like that. So I'd like to think that ZEHID has done a little bit to help on that, but also recognise that the sector mix isn't great as it is today. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to continue to work to get better on that. I think across the board, I think everyone would agree. But thanks very much for the question. So I think thank you very much to everyone for your answers there. And we give everyone a panelists a round of applause. It was a literal drop mic moment. So our final session, this is about the three projects, and they're just going to have a little fireside chat about the future.
Right then. Okay. Firstly, to everyone still here, thank you. Thank you for being here. Right. It's been a really insightful day, I think, and every day's a school day, and I've certainly learnt a fair bit today. But also thank you to everyone that stayed on and is still here listening to us. I think that's a testament to the industry and the way that it's grown. I've certainly seen it grow in the last few years, including this summit. As was mentioned. I hadn't planned for this at all, by the way. As was mentioned at the beginning, the three groups, the three consortiums, have been working quite closely on this summit for a number of weeks, and we very much felt that it was a thematic approach, it was a collaborative approach, and it's been a privilege the last couple of years to run it. And I think what we thought would be nice at the end of the day was just to have a bit of a fireside chat in regards to sort of the experience of leading this stuff. So I, for one, don't think it's time to go into a devil of any detail at this point in the this point of the day, but I think it's useful just to have a bit of a chat of what we think of the overall projects and the way that the direction's been. One thing I'm particularly impressed with from an Innovate UK perspective is the leads of these projects. So we're a CPO, we've got data driven, we've got hardware driven, we're all doing similar things, but also we're very unique businesses that started out their journeys doing different things, and I think that has really helped a collaborative approach for all of the projects, and long may that continue in the next 5 years of data gathering as well. But that's my starting pitch. Just wondered, gents, what do you think? What are your thoughts?
So, I think that actually having the three different consortiums has worked really well, because one of the things which is never really sort of thought about when you're putting together a consortium like this is that each consortium ends up with its own culture and its own focus and everything else. And what suits one organisation and one consortium doesn't suit another. And so therefore, by having that mixed approach, there's multiple ways that fleets can get involved and find the right consortium for them and get the right approach and get that working. We've had some fleets working across multiple consortiums as well, but achieving slightly different things within that and learning in that way as well. I think that's been really quite a valuable thing. And we've all been, although yes, we all want to make sure that we end up with decarbonised trucks across the whole of the UK. We're all doing it in a slightly different way. For instance, the work you've done, and I'm really impressed actually with how you've managed to get the public charging network at the scale that you've done across the motorway network. That is outstanding. In 2 years is really, really impressive. And that's been tough because actually fleets first and foremost want infrastructure at their own depots. They want to be able to, they start the day with a full tank of electricity and off they go, and they want charging at their destination, so at ports or whatever. And great, so so we put that there, and it's been an uphill battle to say, right, okay, well actually we still do need the on-road charging as part of this. But it's part of growing the resilience of electric HGVs and opening up that opportunity. And we wouldn't have done that. There's no way that if it was just E-Freight and nobody else had got a consortium running, we wouldn't have that element of it. And yet, so I think that having the 3 different companies with a different focus, different targets, and everything else has strengthened the whole industry. I think that's been good to see. And also, we've known each other for 10 years now plus. It's a small industry, and we can share ideas and so on and so forth. And the support from Innovate UK and from Department for Transport and our monitoring officer and everything else has been fantastic. That sort of guidance and support to help grow has been really good.
He's a monitoring service provider, I believe. He would kill you or kill me if I hadn't corrected you. Angus, go ahead.
Yeah, also thank you to Jeremy as well. Kept us on the straight and narrow. I got a couple points to make from Zen Freight. I think the most general point I can make is the benefits of being a consortium. We've just recently submitted our business case for a Transport Scotland project where we had to really sort of justify consortiums. What's the difference between running a consortium versus just it being a completely publicly open subsidy program where anyone can apply, individual fleets, individual depots, whatever. And that has the benefit of being completely open and equitable. But what you miss from a consortium is the learning. And what we've been able to do as a group of consortia is to learn and concentrate, learning from mistakes, sharing of knowledge, sharing of experiences. And as a result of that, the industry knows a lot more through these events, but also our fleets, which are significant fleets in the country, are very proficient at purchasing EVs and depot charging. And as the market improves, they will be adding N+1 chargers, N+1 vehicles very proficiently into their operations. So the fleets that have participated in this program have now a competitive advantage, undeniable, and the individual infrastructure providers and OEMs that have participated have an advantage now because of all the learning that ZEHID has facilitated. I think I don't know whether 200 million quid is worth it for the learning, but honestly, the learning alone is amazing, let alone the actual capex that's been deployed and the vehicles and assets that are in the market. So I'd say that's my first point. I think from a Zen Freight perspective, we did it a bit differently to the other consortia through necessity. We had a very different model where we basically created, each fleet had their own mini project. They all had their budget. They went and shopped for the trucks and the infrastructure the way they wanted. And as a result of that, we deployed a lot of sites and a lot of vehicles in less than 2 years from a complete standing start. And that just demonstrates the power of the market, the power of subcontractors who are on the hook. If you mess it up, you won't get the next depot. And as a result of that, it's delivered really high quality charging infrastructure on budget, on time. So I think that's something that is definitely one of the key learnings for me.
Thank you. I have a question to ask you guys and myself, and that is, what would you do differently if you were starting from day one again? And just looking across the room now, and I'm not going to make eye contact with anyone in particular, but I'm very conscious that when we first put this bid together as a competition, and we saw the opportunity that GridServe could play in this space, with our friends at Hitachi, we put a huge amount of effort into writing a very, very detailed pitch, which only just scraped through to interview stage, because I think the expectation or the thought process was we're a bit over ambitious. You know, we were asking for £62.7 million worth of funding, and I think the second largest of Innovate UK fund in history is quite a big ask. So I think, if I understand correctly, that we got through by the skin of our teeth to the interview stage. And yet, when we presented the exact same information in a room, surrounded by Amazons and Nissans and Maritimes, some of which are still in the room, we topped the bill on the scoring for the same information, just done in a different way with people, whites of the eyes, presenting things. And one thing I think is really interesting is I thought we did a bloody good job at putting that submission in, and I was somewhat deflated when I found out that it wasn't particularly well scored. And yet we did really well when it came to presenting face to face. So I think one of my learnings from this project is, whilst there's very much an academic need to put the submission in, it's also really important to recognise that when you have the opportunity to be interviewed, you've got to shine. Otherwise, you'll fail, right? And that's certainly one thing that I've taken away from it. From right at the very beginning, really, that's more about the construct of competing for things like this, as opposed to HGV specific. But it's certainly a takeaway of mine. Anyway, guys, what would you do differently, and what are your thoughts on that?
Well, on the interview, I mean, I remember our interview, Michael, back in the day. So, and I think we did shine. So that was before Dynamon was running Zenfreight. We were only involved in eFreight. I think, going back to my original point about consortiums, the downside of consortiums is they're not as open to. So we had 4 fleets in Zenfreight. We originally had many more, and unfortunately, due to change and some fleets not being able to move at the speed they wanted, some fleets being involved in more than one consortium, and they ultimately chose one over the other. I think that it's been fantastic for the 4 fleets involved. I think they'd all agree that they've really benefited from being in Zenfreight. But I think that if we were able to keep it open for more fleets, and ultimately there were sort of, project administrative limits. We couldn't pull budget from one year into the next year and things like that. But it would have been fantastic for it to be able to be made available to more fleets. I think what we demonstrated is that we can do a lot in a short space of time. And I think to go back and do it again, we would have tried and made it more available.
Same here. So one of the things which we felt really important with eFreight from the very beginning was actually how do we make it open and available to fleets, and not just for the people who are involved from the very beginning, but people who want to get involved later on. So as part of that, we came up with a concept for associate membership, where fleet operators could get involved later on. There'll be some trucks available, there'll be some infrastructure available, and so you could then get involved and have access to the reduced cost of the vehicles and the infrastructure, and get going and run it for a year or so, then hand it back, maybe 2 years, and so on. And that was good. I think we could have done more in the future. If we're doing it again, yes, I would have made that an even more open program. It does mean that 12 more fleets can join eFreight over the next year or two. So if you are a fleet operator and you think you've missed out, you haven't. There is still an opportunity to get involved. So and tap in and learn. But yeah, I would. We've helped a handful of fleet operators out of a country with thousands of fleet operators out there, and what we've all missed is the very small SMEs, the guy with 3 trucks and everything else. Really difficult to get them involved and everything else and all of that, but trying to make it as accessible as possible. And I would have liked to have done it slightly better on that side.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, I mean, Chris, you and I were just talking briefly outside from Chris from RHA about how do we do that? How do we bridge that gap now? How do we speak to the SME market and get them more involved in this? What mechanisms can we influence to try and encourage that? We can keep going, but I've got a feeling it would be nice to ask if anyone has any burning questions for us. Audience have been fantastic with hands up so far today. Look at that. Alistair suddenly has to jump up. Sorry about that. I know, you're just moving seats. Have we got any questions from the audience? Yes.
Hi, Arun Anand from CEO of Electric Malls. So do you see energy flexibility playing a part in eHGV? I mean, we've seen flexibility as proven in the domestic market. We are trying to say we're trying to prove it in the commercial because grid doesn't distinguish between domestic energy or commercial energy or HGV energy, right? So, but what do the expert thinks? Like, is it possibility V1G before V2G can happen?
Yeah, absolutely. And the first thing we need to do is make sure that we get the infrastructure across everywhere, and all the people using the vehicles and learning of them, learning and all that sort of thing. But absolutely, once you've got that, the next stage is how do we optimize that? How do we make it work really, really well? And a big part of that is the flexibility on energy. How do you buy energy the most cost-effective price at the right time of day? In some cases, do you want to be able to store that energy? What about local PV as well? And ultimately, vehicle to grid as well. And the nice thing about a consortium is that you can do that and learn that as a group of companies and disseminate that information. It also means, for instance, vehicle to grid. All the truck manufacturers hate the idea of vehicle to grid because they're taking all the risk and getting none of the reward. Ultimately, if you get it wrong, you could be damaging their batteries, and then it's a warranty claim and everything else. So we have to bring the whole industry along. So it's making sure that we do that, if you like, across the consortium and not just sort of individual projects. But absolutely, I think that's going to be really key going forward.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think every single lever that we can pull, we need to try and manage energy prices. And if that means scheduling or scheduled energy tariffs at different times of day, or dynamic pricing, anything that we can do to try and reflect the market and get the best prices to the end user, I think we've got to try and do, right? Anything from you, Angus?
I can add something briefly. Yeah. Just very briefly. I know that in Zen Freight, our fleets are in flexibility. It's more flexibility of demand, so charging at the right time, avoiding peaks and things like that. And I was trying to look for some of the VEV teams, so VEV IQ, which is being used on 2 of our fleets, is facilitating that, which is pretty cool. I think that V2G is still sort of like a bit of a fantasy in the heavy truck world. So when it actually arrives, maybe that'll be interesting. But I think for now, flexibility of demand is where flexibility is occurring.
Ryan, in the middle.
Thank you. Yes, Brian Robinson again. As one of the original interviewee assessors, I obviously can't comment on how much you all shone, but you did all shine in the interviews. Very happy to be involved, and really glad that you're all really making the most of the opportunity that was given to you. A concern I had at the time, and I think I still have because it's most relevant to the next period, for the next 5 years, is that the bids you made, those presentations you gave, the funding you got was based on the state of the world in whenever it was, 2021, whenever you were putting those applications together. And you've bought vehicles on the back of that, slightly updated. I know prices went down a bit. You could buy a few more vehicles than you originally thought. But essentially, the danger now is that we have a fleet of 2024, 2025 generation electric trucks, and we spend 5 years working out what they can and can't do and tweaking the systems and the business models to get the most out of those. But when we come to this event in 2027, 2028, 2029, assuming Innovate UK can find some funding to keep this event going, the world will have moved on, as Amy has just hinted. The battery chemistries, the charging capabilities, everything will have changed. A 2024 truck will be about as relevant to a new truck purchaser in 2028 as a 2022 generation Tesla is today. They're not what you can get now. It's it's what you can get now that matters. So to get my point is, how do you envisage your projects maintaining currency? How do you stay up to date so the lessons and the reports you're producing over the coming 5 years are still relevant to that cohort of new vehicle purchasers?
So for me, the exploitation of the project, is vitally important. What happens? The fun starts once the infrastructure is in the ground and the vehicles are on the road, and drivers are out there using them on a day-by-day basis, and fleets are learning all the time. And what we've seen within eFreight is once fleets have had the trucks on the road for about a year, they've got the confidence, actually, this is working. We now got other areas we can use them. They start buying more. And what's going to be really important, I think, for lots and lots of reasons, is creating that long-term plan. What does a rollout plan look like? Because you can drive everything forward if you've got that long-term plan. So which depots would you electrify? What vehicles would you put on the road? And even to the point of saying, okay, ignore the weight issues and weight and length issues. Ignore the cost of the vehicles. Ignore the infrastructure costs. Way beyond magic. Anything's possible. What would you do? And then you can then start sharing that plan. So you can go to the DNOs and say, look, we would like to put in this amount of power at this site in this year, and that at the site next year, and so on and so forth. See what's possible. You get the idea what the pricing will be. If you can give that long-term plan to the DNOs, for example, they can start investing into their own network to make sure the grid is available. We know what some of the new trucks are going to be capable of and everything else. So as the capability of the trucks expands, you can then bring those into the fleet, and they can be used in more applications as well. The Department of Transport right now are looking at weights and lengths, which is really, really good. They're modelling it on the road networks. We're looking at different truck configurations as well, which potentially could increase payloads and all sorts of stuff. Got autonomous vehicles coming in. Sorry, I promised I wasn't going to talk about autonomous. So, but hint, hint. No, but there's lots and lots of things like this we need to start bringing in, because the technology won't stay the same. But if we want to make sure that we create that pathway that enables fleets to start decarbonising and buying electric trucks at scale, that's the sort of modelling we need to be putting in. So, for me, this next stage is the most exciting part for our consortium. To make sure it's relevant and to make sure that people can put the investment in, that the grid can invest into their own networks as well, which is vitally important to make that happen. And we create that pathway going forward.
I think the truck products that we're operating in ZEHID are fairly mature, and having been to China and seen what's being operated in China, which is ahead of our market, the battery sizes in China are somewhere between 400 and 600 kilowatt hours. So, some of our truck products are inching up to the 700 kilowatt hours, but I don't think it's going to be like 800, 900. I don't see that to be the problem. The problem is other factors like getting the cost of the truck down, and dealing with the price of the energy, dealing with the grid, dealing with the payload of the vehicles. So my gut tells me that the vehicle product is good enough now, and you don't need the biggest battery for it to be sort of the right truck for you. So I'd like to think that in a few years' time we're talking about the things that I just mentioned being solved, and hopefully some examples of fleets operating vehicles that were not in ZEHID purchased because a lot of those problems have been solved. That's what I'd like to see, and my gut tells me that's the answer.
Go with Angus's gut, I think. Yeah, I've got not much more to add, really. Brian, I think other than to say that what you just described, it doesn't seem too dissimilar to the car world to me, in terms of the evolution of various technologies and repurposing of batteries and of vehicles of today. Still have a use. My mum lives on an island in the middle of the Channel Island. She's got an old i3, which can only do 40 or 50 miles an hour. It's way more than she needs. So that vehicle will have another life for as long as she's alive, probably. I've got a Nissan Leaf on my drive that powers my house and doesn't go anywhere, but it powers my house every single day. So I think there's lots of ways in which this technology, not only does it have a second life, but it has a third life in another utilisation. So I'm confident the vehicles of today, as Angus said, are going to stand true and have good purpose for many years to come. But I think that is time. I can't see Simon, so you can't. Oh, there he is. Are you hovering in the background? But I think we've hit time. So I think I've just noticed down here, by the way, that it says slide 111 of 112. So fair play to all of you for watching 111 slides today. Soon to be. Are you ready for number 112? Because I believe it's yours.
It's pretty boring. So
there it is. Well done.
The only thing I wanted to say as well, just to close off, is that obviously this is the end of like the capital funding, I guess, the R&D funding for the programme, but actually the programme is continuing 5 years. We've got a team at Ricardo at the back there, if you can all stand up and give everyone a wave, who are collecting loads of data across every different measurable and that you might think, and there'll be a number of reports coming forward in future years that we'll be releasing to everyone and disseminating widely through events such as this. So we need to keep learning iteratively from the data that's coming out of that, and that's absolutely crucial to the success of the programme. So thank you very much for all your attendance there, and have a safe trip home.